Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 11:06 p.m. and today's date is the 9th of April 2025. Yes, y'all. We are back for another episode. How was your day? How was your day? It was a sunny day, but cool day. What's going on, everybody? What is going on? All right. For the people that I've heard about the update about the tariffs, Trump has increased China's 104% tariff to 125%. Looks like the United States has the upper hand eventually because there's no way OG would be increasing the tariff every single day if he doesn't have a winning plan. And he's also reduced every tariff on other countries to 10%. So China was the target from the gate. China was the target. He just wanted to get China's attention. Now he has it. China has to negotiate. Matter of fact, he said today in the White House, he said China wants to negotiate. But today we're going to be talking about tariffs, his approach. Uh, is this the art of the deal? Is this the art of the deal? I think this is the art of the deal. But you guys would think this is a bad decision from Trump, which by a bad decision, I mean the tariff. No, I think he's actually doing what he's supposed to do because China's literally been taking full advantage of the United States for years, decades. It's just Trump is strong enough. He's the only politician, well, you can call him a politician now. He's the only politician that has the balls to do what he's doing right now, which is holding China accountable.
What happens if we go into a full-scale trade war?
I don't
Look,
think so.
it's really ugly. This president won the election based on reducing costs, but he's enacted the largest tax increase we've seen in over 50 years. And you know who's going to pay the price? Americans shopping at Walmart, Americans shopping at Costco. We don't know the purpose of these tariffs. The only thing we do know is he's planning on taking tax revenue from Americans paying more at Walmart and Costco and putting that into tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. It's totally gross, and it's putting us on the brink of a recession. It could cost us tons of manufacturing jobs as we get into this trade war.
Lies.
It's a really disturbing policy. I
A
hope he
bunch of
backs off.
lies.
But Kevin, he said there's a lot of deals that they're literally kissing his ass was the phrase he used, very eloquently. Where are the deals?
104% tariffs on China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it, and sell it back here. Never has an administration.
400% tariffs? What would that
I
look
want
like?
Xi on an airplane to Washington to level the playing field. It's just not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. As someone who actually does business there, I've had enough. I speak for millions of Americans who have IP that have been stolen by the Chinese. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, you may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough.
Enough.
400% tariffs tomorrow morning. He'll tell you why. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there, because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP, America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now.
Well,
I'm
hold
not
on
talking
a
about
second,
tariffs
Kevin.
on
Well,
60
I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the
It's
goods they're going to have?
short-lived. There will be
But what's your timeline compared to, you don't know the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive a month.
400% tomorrow morning, cheese on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
What do you think?
You know, here's the thing, though. This is the perfect example of, I understand how it would benefit you, but that's not what the American people voted for. They voted because Trump said within 24 hours, costs will come down.
Trump supporter.
What are you saying? I mean, Jesus. What are you, high school? Are you in high school? Within 24 hours, cost is going to come down. How? 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 Within 24 hours. And he never said that. He said within 24 hours, he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Think about 24 hours, he's going to reduce cost. What is he going to do in 24 hours to reduce cost? He said it was going to slash the power, which is electricity bill prices, by 50% within the first year. He never said 24 hours it was going to bring prices down. I mean, what is he going to do to bring prices down within 24 hours? Come on, man.
By the way, you're talking about.
Well,
Especially.
Trump said that too, and there were people in the middle who said, okay, I'm going to vote for that. He also said he'd end the wars. That's not happening. We still have supply chain issues. So I just filled up my tank yesterday. Gas prices are not down. Rent, groceries, prices are not down. And when people are looking at what's happening in the markets and they see the uncertainty and they see their 401ks, I had to listen to my mom talk about her investments on Sunday, and she's nervous. I get it. On top of that, though, don't forget, tomorrow we're going to have a vote on a budget that is going to be also another series of cuts for the American people and a little bit of gamesmanship, as you were saying, so that we can sort of pay for the tax cuts for folks like Kevin. Then we've also got DOGE, and we've got the impact that the DOGE cuts and the cuts in jobs are actually having on economies around the country. So it's when you layer all that together. And I think what you saw over last weekend is people don't want to wait anymore. People are angry. I mean, we saw incredible turnout over the weekend in rallies all across the country. We're seeing it in the polls. People are frustrated.
I want to bring this into real terms as well. I mean, I'm an everyday person. I'm going to tell you that right now. And so when I think about how much things cost, I want to know things I'm going to afford or not afford. Listen to what somebody who's a furniture store owner in Kansas had to say about, say, the price of a sofa.
With the 54%, if we sell a sofa for $1,000, we will have to sell it for $1,299. And if it's 104%, then that sofa will be over $2,000. I don't think they can afford it.
Zolan, that's a real figure for a lot of people. A $2,000 couch as opposed to what they thought they were going to spend?
Yeah, that means higher prices for average Americans. And by the way, that's what Republicans in Congress right now are also worried about here. Hearing from their constituents at town halls and as the weeks go by, if consumer prices go up, that economic frustration then turning into political backlash against them and the administration.
But Kevin's point is that it's short-lived. What's your reaction?
Well, I mean, it's up to debate whether it's actually going to be short-lived at this point. Consumer prices going up. Again, economists say U.S. importers do pay the price of tariffs. That then goes down to the consumer. Also, one thing that is consistent right now is uncertainty. There's uncertainty right now. And this gamble that the administration is doing that the average American will be able to weather through any type of economic frustration is bet on the idea that you'll then have investment in American manufacturing. Tough to pair investment with uncertainty.
So where does consumer confidence factor into all this? If people are nervous about what they can or cannot afford, how about that short-lived proposition?
I mean, it's plummeting. And I think the only way we're going to restore it is if Congress takes back the car keys from the president and takes away his power to impose the largest tax cut in 50 years with the stroke of a pen. That's the only way that people are going to have confidence. If he announces a series of deals tomorrow, what's going to happen? In a month from now, nobody's going to have any confidence that this is going to go away. As long as he has, basically the gun on the Resolute desk, American consumers, businesses are all at risk as long as it's there.
Oh, we're talking
What?
about obviously sofas, but how about iPhones, which so many people have? There's this notion of making it in the United States. Talk to me about that, Kevin. What is the likelihood that that could actually happen? There are people who are saying, fat chance.
Moving manufacturing back to the U.S. takes a long time, but I'm still focused on two aspects. I mean, you have to differentiate the tariffs negotiated between countries, because the Eurozone just 48 hours ago said something remarkable. For the first time in decades, we're willing to go to 0 on 0. That means they open up all markets to all products, all services. That's a huge win. So forget about Israel or Thailand or Cambodia. We're talking about one of the largest economies on earth saying, okay, we get the joke. You want to sell cars? You want to sell a Corvette in Berlin? We're okay at 0. We've never had that before. So let's call that a huge win. We haven't done the deal yet, but let's get the German people over here to start negotiating that. Agriculture in Britain will go to 0 on 0. Canada, we'll love to do energy 0 on 0. So that's a huge win for him. Huge. He hasn't even taken advantage of it.
I thought, Kevin, part of it, I'm curious from your perspective and everyone, if one of the biggest assets of a negotiation is leverage, if he has said they're here to stay, does that remove some of the ability for him to negotiate in the long run with these countries?
Well, I'm trying to differentiate between the trade non-parity. For an example, you talk about Thailand. I have a company that makes greeting cards. Hewlett-Packard laser cutters making greeting cards in Thailand because labor's cheap, and we FedEx them every day here. They only have an economy of 35 billion, and the deficit is 200 billion. That country will never have trade parity with us. It's too small. But we can go to 0 tariffs with them. And I'm telling you, there's a difference between getting everybody at 0 on 0, which is free trade basically, which for Trump would be a huge win. That call 48 hours ago when the Eurozone said, okay, uncle, we'll go to 0, take that win. It's a huge win. Now, getting trade deficits settled, that's going to take decades because we are the largest economy on earth by a factor of 2.5 times.
What's your thought?
We're always going to have deficits.
I also want to zoom out because I do think it's worth noting that there are many in Congress as well as the business community that are questioning if the White House and specifically the president is even ready and in a position to negotiate.
The Home Depot co-founder made a comment on saying something like, I'm quoting here, I don't understand the goddamn formula. I believe he's been poorly advised by his advisors about this trade situation and this formula they're applying. You already see a tension between Musk and Navarro.
That's right. And that's not it. There's been mixed messages from different aides, some that are saying, that they do want negotiations. The White House said today that 70 governments around that have come to the White House looking to start conversations. At the same time, really, the person who matters the most is Trump and what he wants to do. And there's been plenty of comments of him digging his heels in as well. I wrote a piece weeks ago when the initial tariff threat against Mexico and Canada went out, saying that sometimes the tariffs don't seem to be a means to an end. They seem to be an end for the president as well.
How do you see it?
Well, but this is also the difference between running a business and running a country, right? Because the politics of this are, okay, we're going to start negotiating with 70. Start. How long is that going to take? Is that months?
As long as it takes, baby.
The rest of the year? Then we're into the midterm season. And if you're a Republican member of Congress and you are hearing from your constituents who are saying, look, now we're in a recession. Now my prices are even higher than before.
No.
Why haven't you stood up to the president? Then they're going to put them in a real bind. And the one thing, the kind of pushback for Trump is he doesn't care because he's not running again. But if he wants to keep his majorities in the House and Senate, his team at least understands you better have a plan. There better be a plan are the tariffs a means to an end? Or are they the end game? And what are we going to be saying? And how will we keep our majorities if we want to keep enacting?
What are you even saying, yo? What are you saying? Prices are not as high as y'all think. And prices have been high since Biden.
Just truthed out saying, quote, I have authorized a 90-day pause. The president here announcing a 90-day pause on tariffs, though it's not clear specifically which countries this pause is going to apply to. The Dow right now shooting up over 2,000 points. Look at that as this announcement comes through, a giant spike
And
in
that was just
the Dow Jones
genius
Industrial
move.
Average.
That right there was just genius move, yo. Genius move. The goal was China from the gate. He wanted China. It was always China. Every other country was just, getting strays, actually. They were just getting strays. China was his main aim. Now he got China on a chokehold, for sure. Everything is spiking back up, yo. Bitcoin, everything is spiking back up. But you never know. We're still negotiating right now. But tariff is up 125% against China. All right? Every other country is getting good deals now. It's United States against China at this point.
This is important as part of the messaging around this post. The president saying that this is based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called the U.S. and try to work out deals with the administration and not try to retaliate for his tariffs. Notably, though, the president is raising the tariff applied to China from the United States to 125% effective immediately. So this pause applies to other countries, not China.
That's right. A 90-day pause on new tariffs except for China, which again goes to 125%. And the markets obviously ebullient. They are as they are hearing this news. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny. He is live for us at the White House. This is what they had been hoping for, the markets. They actually kind of imagined it the other day and had a little bit of a jump into positive territory. But this is the announcement from the president, Jeff.
Well, Brianna, that was certainly a test run, but certainly not an intended one to see the markets go up when there was a false report of a pause. But now we are hearing from the president for the first time during this escalating trade war, saying that he is putting a 90-day pause. And you can just see to the right of our screen there what the markets are doing with this. From a policy standpoint, it is a bit more murky. The White House has not filled in any details of this, but we are getting this from the president on social media, as you were reading there. And he is explaining it as adding more to the China tariff pot, which is really growing day by day here, adding another tariff to China, even as he is praising the countries who he said have not retaliated. And those, of course, are the countries who are lining up to have discussions with the Treasury Secretary, with the White House, with the administration on trying to renegotiate. So the president is saying, and let me just read it to you here. He said, the countries who have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States, I have authorized a 90-day pause and substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. So what this would seem to be, and again, we will have to fill in the blanks here, what this would seem to be taking all the countries back to that baseline 10%, if you will, which went into effect last Saturday for most countries. And then, of course, the reciprocal tariffs went into effect at midnight. So the president is putting a pause on those. Of course, this is adding to the policy uncertainty, but you can see what the market is doing. It's adding a bit of certainty to the market. So we're expected to see the president in the next hour here at the White House. We will see if he adds any meat on this bones here, but certainly a significant reaction from the White House. They have been reeling here, watching the financial markets really have a deep negative effect on this. The president has long said, at least during this period, he's not watched the markets. We know, of course, watching him for a long time, he does. And clearly, this is something that he's been hearing from Republicans on Capitol Hill, Republican donors, really people who are supportive of his policies, saying it's time for an exit ramp. So that's what it looks like this will be, at least for now, a 90-day pause on those reciprocal tariffs. Boris and Brianna.
Jeff, please stand by. We've just learned that the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, will be speaking publicly soon. This also as we await to hear from President Trump. Markets, as you can see on your screen right now, are reacting very positively to this news. Let's bring in CNN's Matt Egan and Richard Quest. Richard, first to you, I wonder what you make of this announcement from the president, given the insistence from some folks in his administration that these tariffs were here to stay.
I think that there's a sort of duopoly of issues taking place. The first is the tariffs and the second is the execution. The tariffs themselves, the president still loves tariffs. So he's going to want to, in some shape or form, bring them back. This is his raison d'etre in terms of economic policy. But he's seen how damaging, and now he says he's got so many countries coming towards him, wanting to negotiate. He wants to give time for that to take place. It all begs the question, why, when they announced the reciprocal tariffs, didn't the president say they take effect in 90 days? You all have 90 days to negotiate. Why did it have to be done this way to get to a result? Let's be clear, there is no more certainty about US trade policy now than there was half an hour ago than before this announcement. The only difference is that the sword of Damocles has it's actually been dropped, has now been lifted back up again. And so you're seeing the market. This is a relief rally. This is not back to the races. This is them saying the worst has not happened just yet. But it does not, and this I can't emphasize enough, it does not take us back to anything like the level of certainty that business seeks about what the US trade policy actually is.
Yeah, no, it's a stay of execution. Yeah. Richard Quest, hang with us if you will. I want to bring former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers back into the conversation. Larry, react to this news.
Look, this is a welcome development. What everyone has been saying is that the policies that are being pursued are very dangerous, that the truculence is catastrophic for economic interests because of the uncertainty that it generates. And we've seen a major retreat by the president from the truculence. It doesn't put the genie all the way back in the bottle. It doesn't eliminate all the uncertainty, but it's obviously a welcome step that we are backing away from major blunders, and the market is appropriately welcoming that step. But credibility is a thing where it takes a long time to build up and only a short time to lose, and we've lost a lot of it in the last few days. So this action, as welcome as it is, certainly doesn't leave our credibility completely restored. But I'm glad that we've had a demonstration that the president is able to listen. And I wonder whether the Secretary of the Treasury wants to reconsider his remarks about the Spain cutting its own throat in light of the president's prudent decision to back off. And hopefully we will now start listening to sense in the formulation of our policy. But this is a very welcome development, but no one should be confused. If anyone thought there was a carefully crafted, well-designed strategy behind what went on Liberation Day or since, this reversal, after all the statements that were made even earlier this morning, should remind people that we are engaged in dangerous rhetorical improvisation, not serious policymaking.
Larry, please stand by. You're seeing at the bottom of your screen a position in the White House grounds known as the Sticks, and it's essentially a live position where we are listening to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Let's listen.
Trade plan, as you all know, the president just put out a statement announcing an additional tariff on China. The tariff on China will now go up to 125%. because China imprudently decided to retaliate against the United States. And as I said at the podium yesterday, when you punch at the United States of America, President Trump is going to punch back harder. In that same vein, we have had more than 75 countries from around the world reach out to President Trump and his team here at the White House to negotiate better trade deals for the American worker. We have been overwhelmed with the amount of requests from countries around the world. I'll let the Secretary speak to that. We will continue with the tailor-made negotiations that I spoke about yesterday. In the meantime, there will be a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs as these negotiations are ongoing, and the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% tariff. The Secretary here has been a huge part of the President's trade team, of course, and will continue to lead these negotiations moving forward to look out for the American worker, which is always President Trump's goal. So I'll kick it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Good, thank you. And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today. It has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, they're in this very spot, do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you. We're going to go down to a 10% baseline tariff for them, and China will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
Secretary, thank you for doing this. Let me ask you three quick things, just for the sake of clarity, because the markets are open and they're wondering. First of all, Mexico and China, are they part of this 10% universal? Mexico and Canada. Are they part of the 10%?
Yes.
Okay. Second, given then that you have the rest of the world essentially calling it, it's not China, is this now just all about China?
Well, it's about bad actors. And what we will see
it's always been about China. It's always been about China.
Are China's neighbors that we're going to see? I'm seeing Vietnam today. Japan's at the front of the queue. South Korea, India. So we will see. And as I've repeatedly said, and President Trump has been saying it for years, China is the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world, and they are the biggest source of the U.S. trade problems. And indeed, they are problems for the rest of the world, because what we've seen is that as the U.S. announced a tariff wall last week, many of those goods have already started flooding into Europe.
So as you see it now, this trade war is China versus the rest of the world?
Well, I'm not calling it a trade war, but I'm saying that China has escalated, and President Trump responded very courageously to that, and we are going to work on a solution with our trading partners.
If I could just, excuse me, Raquel, if I could just add to what the Secretary said. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
The art of the deal,
You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect. The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them. And that's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business. And as the president has shown great courage, as the Secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher. Elena, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Treasury Secretary Bessent. Can you explain more of the decision-making on what feels like a reversal here? I mean, these went into effect less than 15 hours ago, these tariffs. Why the pause now? What led to that?
No. Again, President Trump created maximum negotiating leverage for himself, and which tariffs went into effect 15 hours ago? The ones that we have lowered went into effect a week ago. They were announced a week ago, and we have just been overwhelmed by the response from mostly our allies who want to come and negotiate in good faith. So we are expecting them to come with their best deal. As I said a week ago today, don't retaliate, hold your ground, let's see what happens. And China they kept escalating and escalating, and now they have 125% tariffs that will be effective immediately.
Mr. Secretary,
Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for doing this. The 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs, is that because of the whiplash that we've been seeing across the financial markets? How much was, what we saw in the stock markets, a part of this decision?
No, it's because because of the large number of inbounds. We've had more than 75 countries contact us, and I imagine after today there will be more. So it is just a processing problem. Each one of these solutions is going to be bespoke. It is going to take some time, and President Trump wants to be personally involved. So that's why we're getting the 90-day pause.
Clarification, Mr. Secretary, there was a tweet that you and Secretary Lutnick were in the Oval Office with the President talking about this. Can you talk about what that conversation was like and what you guys said to one another that led to this decision?
It's all the President's decision, and the President had a level in mind to raise the China tariffs, and then he had the 3-month pause in mind, and we were discussing the exact wording. Sorry? Of course.
It's the president's decision.
It's the president's decision. It was the president's decision to wait until today. And again, as I've said in the past, no one creates leverage for himself like President Trump.
Mr. Secretary. Shelby, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, what does the president want to see by this, I think it's July 9th deadline to keep things paused? Is it just trade barriers coming down, or is it more than that?
These are trade negotiations, but if countries want to come and offer other things, I talked about yesterday that we are thinking about a big LNG project in Alaska that South Korea, Japan, Taiwan are interested in financing and taking a substantial portion of the offtake. But again, in essence, that is trade because it will decrease the trade deficit that we have with those countries. So everything's on the table.
Raquel, go ahead.
A clarification on the pause. What happened to those countries who just had 10% baseline tariffs, like Brazil and others? Are they still going to have this 90 days pause? Because you were saying that there will be a tariff of 10% for others. So what happened to those who just had a 10%?
Yeah, that's going to remain.
And do you call this an embargo to China?
Pardon?
You call this an embargo to China, a trade embargo?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word embargo.
125% tariffs, like on those, and then impose 84%. Isn't this an embargo?
Well, it's not. It's China's decision that we have the deficit with them. They sell us almost 5 times what we sell them. So again, I think it's an own goal by China.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, with this, does this signal that you're confident that you're going to be able to strike a satisfactory deal with all these 75 nations that have approached you?
It signals that President Trump cares about trade and that we want to negotiate in good faith. And as I said, each one of these is going to be a separate, bespoke negotiation. So we are confident that having seen the other side of where this could go, and it was like I said last week, the market didn't understand. Those were maximum levels. The countries can think about those levels as they come to us to bring down their tariffs, their non-tariff trade barriers. We're going to discuss currency manipulation, subsidy of labor, and industry.
Secretary, as far as you, will the pause also apply to the sectoral tariffs that the president has announced, pharma, lumber, anything else?
No, it's on the reciprocal.
So those will still be coming here soon, right? Mr. Secretary, as far as the negotiations with the 75
Andrea, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, so I want to ask you about what you're doing here. So the market is reacting crazily, right?
I haven't seen it.
Do you think that this move is going to sort of change and calm down the market reaction?
What?
Do you think the markets have tanked, right? There's been a lot of volatility in the market, not just in terms of stock markets, but also in terms of bonds. So will this move in your mind, do you anticipate that this is going to calm the markets down?
Well, I think what we've seen, I think the willingness by more than 75 countries to come and negotiate, I think now the market understands that everything they saw last Wednesday was a ceiling, and now we have a 10% temporary floor. And I think the market, my 35 years in the market, I always wanted certainty, so I think we've got more certainty.
But Mr. Secretary,
Maggie, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, why do people assume this is the last word? The president began this morning saying, be cool. 5 hours later, he announces a new policy. Why will investors in the market assume that this is it?
Because, again, as I said, we've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is that the U.S. is going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does. But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global South.
And you think
Mr. Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with the bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today, and all this was, again, this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along, and that, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors. And we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate, things will turn out well.
What's your message to
Mr. Secretary, the countries were getting calls back.
These negotiations with these 75 countries, how long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade deficits with them, so I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was quite festive, and he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over. So we'll see. These are complicated negotiations. These are imbalances that have taken decades to create. But I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
Facts. Absolutely. The fact is, with Trump, it's always a chess move. China has always been the play. He just wanted to carry everybody along. But he knew China was the big dog and he needed to get their attention. And now, Chinese are looking like, yo, Xi, what's going on? Yo, President Xi, what's going on? Because they're suffering too.
All right, to the White House now. If you're a car racing fan, you'll enjoy watching this in the next couple of minutes, because President Trump is going to have a photo op with NASCAR Indy and IMSA champions. He just walked out of the Oval Office moments ago, and we probably expect, Sandra, that he might have something to say about his 90-day pause in the imposition of reciprocal tariffs as a result of the 75 countries saying that they want to negotiate rather than go through a trade war.
Yeah, this is a celebration of Joey Logano's win. A photo op there, and certainly this is just moments after the big news hit that led to that skyrocketing Dow price, up to almost 40,000 right now with an hour left in trading. I would assume we'll probably hear from the president should a microphone find him there, John.
Yeah, so the Dow has been sort of... Let's see what he says here.
Hello, everybody.
to you, Mr. President. Great to see you. Yeah, thanks for seeing you. I do know Rod. Good to see you again. For last night. That was great last night. You had the sausages there. That was great. Yeah, oh, the sausages, boy. Good look. They really, they were fantastic. You were terrific. Thank you. You got the market seeing your brilliance.
OG 40 feet, 47.
2,500 points. Nobody's ever heard of it. It's going to be a record. It's amazing. Yeah. You're making an announcement the next thing. It was good. Yes, sir. Smart. The key is
all right, so John, you heard him just talk about the market being up 2,500 points. There you go.
These are nice cars. Is this the car? Yep. Is this the car? Yep. Ryan from last year. Yeah, quite sure. So pretty amazing job he's done.
Before we go any further, I just want to let you guys know that this man has been doing 2 to 4 different events every single day since he got inaugurated on January 20th. Every single day, he's been the president of the United States. He's been having 2 to 4 events every single day. This man is going to be 79 years old this year. This is the most hard-working politician in history. Nobody comes close.
This is the team behind him here. Fantastic. Nice to see you. Great. Mr. President, thanks for having us. Thanks for having us. Congratulations. Thank you. We had to do it. Somebody had to do it, right? Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a very special day for a lot of reasons, actually, if you really think about it. But this is a day because Roger Penske is a great friend of mine. I've known him a long time. He received a few years ago the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest award in the country outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's sort of the civilian version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I watched him win his 18th Indianapolis 500. And now I just said, did you win 19? He said, well, actually, we won 20. He won 2 more since then. So that was like 5 years ago, and he won 2 more since then. And just well-deserving. If you look, Germany, Japan, the countries, they spend billions of dollars trying to win Indy. And I guess they do it sometimes, but not much. But he's done it 20 times, fellas. So he must know something about cars and racing, and trucks, too, by the way. Knows a lot about trucks. But he's been a very special guy, and he's brought some of our outstanding racing champions with tremendous courage and guts and grit. Hello, fellas. I didn't see you guys over there. That's a good-looking couple of teams, too. They have a lot of courage. And we'll see you in a second. So we're joined by the 2023-2024 NASCAR champion, Ryan Blaney, and Joey Logano. That's really fantastic, fellas. That's great. You get that car going, like as an example, on average, how fast would you? About 190. About 190, you can have it. I don't want to go, but 190, and that's fantastic. And on a straightaway, you'll go how much?
About 190, 200.
About 190 to 200. Well, it takes a special genetic, you know that, right? It's genes. Not only it's genes, really. Most people couldn't do that. Very few people could do it. The 2023 and 2024 Indianapolis 500 winner, Joseph Newgarden. Hey, Joseph. And the 2025 champions of the 24 Hours of Daytona, Felipe Nasser, Nick Tandy, and Lawrence Ventura. This is just a celebration of racing, and it's a celebration of Roger and his great success and his life, and these incredible champions who really do what very few people could do. Mentally, psychologically, it's a big factor here, like it is in all sports, really, but you need a great physical ability. People that do this, they don't realize what great athletes they are. It's just not the car. I had a friend. He's a very successful guy, but he was a driver, and started off. He wanted to be a race car driver. He wanted to be like you. He wanted to be just like Joey Logano, and he had it for business, but he didn't have it for He said, I just couldn't compete with the good drivers. He couldn't do it, no matter what he did, and he got lucky. He went into business. He made a lot of money. He was very successful. But he said, I couldn't press the accelerator down all the way, and the best drivers could. So there was just a difference. It was really bad. I never forgot that story. But these are great champions, and it's a great sport. And what you've done in Indianapolis also with the track and everything has been incredible. I mean, it's really incredible. People tell me it's been amazing. I'll have to get there. I'm going to have to get there maybe this year with you. But
open invitation.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. We did Daytona. We went around the track in the Beast, what's called the Beast, with the thick windows and the whole thing. And you're not supposed to hear anything, but I heard the fans. They were going crazy outside. So it was a great honor. So I just wanted to welcome them to the White House, a special place, very, very special place. And we love champions, and these are the greatest champions in the world. These are the greatest champions in racing, and it's an honor to have you all. And thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't ride in that thing if you paid me. How fast will that go?
240 plus.
240.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It's a weapon.
Two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500 consecutively, right?
Yes, sir.
So what the hell are you doing? What do you eat?
A lot of milk. Drinking a lot of milk. Hopefully it is.
Okay, I'm going to take some. And that one is pure speed and endurance, right?
Correct, sir.
Speed and endurance. Is that car a very different car than, let's say, this one? Very different?
Very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Made for...
You gotta last so many hours.
Right.
And we all shared the car, so three drivers.
Totally different engine.
Different engine.
Everything's different.
Everything.
And you'll go, is it 24 hours?
Yeah.
That's a long time. And that car just, there's no let up, it's just constant, right? That's fantastic. Congratulations. That's endurance. Endurance is a big factor in life and success, I can tell you. So you guys have it. Well, thank you very much. Would you like to ask Roger or any of these champions?
You know they want to ask you questions, not Rogers, Mr. President.
Yeah.
You started the morning saying be cool, and just a few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well. And they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal. and we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75, and they all want to come, and they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senator.
Everybody can say what you want, you know. Anybody can say what they want, but the truth is, the European Union is now saying that the United States can ship cars into the European Union without tariffs, like zero tariffs. This is the European Union. They would never, in so many lifetimes, have said that if Trump didn't, enact tariffs on everybody. And the way he did it, it was like, this is why people voted for Trump. You can never predict what Trump will do. You just know he is a very effective performer. You can say what you want about Trump, but he gets things done. This is probably going to be his highest legacy. He gets things done. No matter how hard it is, this man gets things done. It's like, give him his flowers, yo.
Congressman, they'll call John, they'll do somebody, they'll go through somebody, but they're all calling, how do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Come on, yo. You know it's the truth. You know it's the truth. Trump is a very effective person. When he sets his mind to do things, he gets it done. And he gets it done fast. It's usually very fast. This man is not even, like, we just celebrated, 100 days? And he's already making all of these moves all at the same time. The speed is incredible. Here we go.
Trump, when you watch that little infighting that's going on, it reminds me of Abraham Lincoln and his team of rivals. He had people at the table who took
Peter Navarro and Elon Musk remind you of Abraham Lincoln.
Well, yeah, but okay. Elon Musk is probably the greatest.
I must defend Abraham Lincoln on this.
He's the greatest entrepreneur in world history. But
exactly.
I'm going to side on this one.
Sit down, stop blinking.
I mean, Elon Musk is right that tariffs are taxes. They can hurt the economy. We've got to have the most productive sector of the economy. But it's also true that Peter Navarro figuratively took a bullet for Donald Trump. He went to jail for Donald Trump, and that's an amazing act of heroism, in my opinion, to do that rather than rat on what the president said in secret meetings. So I have some admiration for Peter. And I think it's just perfectly fine that you have this infighting going on, and Trump ultimately will make the decision.
I didn't like that he was denigrating what is actually a really good American manufacturing success story.
Exactly.
The original insult was that Teslas are made of all these foreign components. In fact, Teslas are the most American-made car.
We have the chart, I mean, to prove your point. I mean, they rank basically at the top on all these different metrics for domestic manufacturing, but Elon is still concerned about the tariffs.
So the administration is always talking about, hey, we got to make more stuff here. Let's make things in America. Let's have American-made cars. Well, Elon is actually doing it, and then your guy goes out, Navarro, and craps all over him and lies about the fact that he's actually making cars in America.
And he's making EVs, and all the liberals.
If I were starting a business, I'm calling Elon.
But
That's all I'm saying.
But what does it say to you that Elon Musk stands to benefit comparatively to his competitors, because he does make his cars here by and large, and he still thinks this is a stupid policy?
I mean, look, I think Elon is right to be concerned about supply chain disruptions, and there have been a lot of people, even on the right, that have begged the president to be more strategic in his targeting of tariffs, maybe focusing on key imports, or maybe having a greater focus on China in particular compared to the EU or some of our friendlier friends across the globe. And so in that regard, I think Elon is right. I get Navarro's points. I've watched a lot of his interviews on Fox News talking about how he really wants to focus on taking care of blue collar workers. I don't think you're going to find anybody who would disagree with that. But I do think we have to be careful with how long this pain lasts, because something you said, Anna, we certainly don't want 8 months, 9 months down the line. We're already in a fragile economic condition. What would that toll be on working class people? Probably not great. So I would probably side on the behest of Elon Musk if I were President Trump.
Okay, so Elon.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 12:01 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 10th of April 2025. I just saw somebody in the comment section say he dropped tariffs because countries are starting to dump United States Treasury bonds, which that's a lie. But China is actually selling off their United States Treasury bonds. But guess what? Trump is still increasing tariff on China, even if they're selling off their Treasury bonds. Who cares? Okay. This is America First agenda. Get with it. Get in line.
Peter Navarro was loyal to Donald Trump. Okay, then send him as an ambassador to Lesotho, maybe to the herd at McDonald Islands to go be with the penguins. That would be a great place for him to go. Look, I think the only person that can get away with this kind of infighting, public infighting like this, is Elon Musk. I can't imagine Donald Trump and the White House being okay with Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio lobbying insults the way that these two have been doing all day. And it contributes to the lack of consumer confidence. It contributes to the confusion. It contributes to the conflicting messaging. But at the end of the day, Peter Navarro is espousing the positions that Donald Trump holds. Donald Trump has been talking about tariffs for 30 plus years. And so in a way, it's almost Elon Musk insulting Peter Navarro, because he can't insult. That's
a very good point.
Dumber than a bag of bricks.
The other person, Sheila,
and then I apologize for the bricks,
who is getting caught in some of the crosshairs here is Howard Lutnick. He's been out everywhere, also defending the president. But according to the reporting in Politico, it's an exasperation compounded by recent television appearances. This is what's happening in the White House. They say that that suggests a lack of understanding even of the basics of how tariffs and the economy work. He's also made multiple points that have gotten in front of the president on announcements contradicting his messaging. So Lutnick is now also at the center of this tension.
I think these little schoolyard fights give us insight into why the Trump administration, and particularly this tariff rollout, has been so dysfunctional, because he has these very different factions advising him, and they're completely at odds with one another. You have Elon Musk and the techno-capitalists who have this, free trade fantasy, small government, and then you have Navarro, who's a protectionist and has this almost medieval view of the global economy. And those are the two messages being fed into the president, and that's why we are seeing this whipsaw.
The one name we haven't even mentioned at the table is the best spokesman for the administration, Bessent, the Treasury Secretary.
I don't know that everybody would agree with you on that. He had an incredibly rough Friday, especially on this tariff issue.
I think the White House has put a lot of stock in Bessent, and I think when he talks, the markets listen. And I think the next order of business here is not just to say 70 people called, is to say, and we're going to go ahead and make an announcement about progress with one of them. Pick one. But I think that's what everybody is.
I mean, Scott Bessent's job would be a lot easier if he wasn't then contradicted several hours later by the White House. The White House literally went out and contradicted him 6 hours after he spoke.
Everybody's nervous about the stock market right now. And I just will say one positive thing on the way out. When Donald Trump was president for 4 years, we had a booming stock market. The NASDAQ was up 150%. The S&P 500 was up 75%, and the Dow was up 60%. What I'm saying is, this guy knows what he's doing. He knows financial markets. Exactly. It is going to come back.
He had a very different team around him.
Well, that's true.
Term one.
Relax.
But he did it once, he'll do it again.
Man, this man has only been here for what? 100 days. Everybody's already crying because they know it's about to go down. Greatness. Okay. Relax, y'all. This is what I said first time. Remember when Trump ran in 2016? They said if this man became the president of the United States, there would be nuclear war. Don't make sure this man doesn't get in the Oval Office. Trump must not get in the Oval Office. What happened when he got in the Oval Office? We had the best economy. Now they're telling you, we need, oh no. Man, we ain't gonna buy that, bro. Nobody's buying that anymore, bro. We admire the work he's doing. So next, thank you.
Starting to sound more like shock jocks than serious lawmakers as the loudest voices in the room step into the leadership void. Rising star Jasmine Crockett is the MVP of attention seeking, and she's defending the need for illegal immigrants with this shocking take.
There we go.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
Democrats can showboat all they want, but at the end of the day, they are lacking that authenticity that makes President Trump a hit with the voters. Even Bill Maher gets it.
Trump really is one of the most effective politicians, whatever you think of the policy and him as a person. Always lean in to being more who you are. The people are not savvy about issues, but they smell a phony a mile away. Democrats have to come up with an alpha, and it's not Tim Walz.
Tim Walz.
Okay, Greg, why is it that only Maher sees that there's no masculinity in the Democrat Party and the rest of them can't see it?
I thought Jasmine was pretty masculine there. I think authenticity is, I guess, linked to action. Like you get to know somebody by what they do. And I think right now the Democrats are a collection of lightweights. Theater kids who, instead of actually going to class, focus on the external appeal of identity politics. She's changed based on identity politics. It's never what I do, it's who I am. So this new guy comes in, Trump, and he does stuff, who acts instead of, acts. So by comparison, you can kind of see their grift. They seem very silly, and having an allied media that enables you, it doesn't help, because like when Harold comes to the 5, it's like he comes to the gym. His ideas, he has to work out his ideas because there's opposition. But for most Democrats, all Democrats outside of Fox, they don't have that gym. They don't go out and work out. So you have Jasmine there, basically using the same justification for illegal immigration that you would for slavery. It's just a few iterations in between. It's also the driving force for a lot of globalism. I really love my iPhone and my Nike shoes as long as I don't see the ages and the condition of the people making it.
Facts.
Okay, Jesse, what do you think of the idea that we need illegals because the blacks aren't picking cotton anymore?
Well, I don't like that idea, Judge, and I think it's pretty racist. But whether it's guest, right, of course, whether it's a guest worker program, whether it's people that come here seasonally. I guess some jobs in agricultural, you have to have the people south of the border do it. But that's not really the issue. That's not the jobs they're taking. They're taking actually good blue-collar jobs all over the country. Look at the south side of Chicago. They didn't want them there, and it's driving down wages, and she should know better. But Greg hits on a key point in his kind of roundabout way.
True.
Authenticity is obvious on the right because we do the work. We will sit for an hour or 3 on a podcast and let it rip. You can't hide on a 3-hour podcast.
No,
you can
can't.
hide if you're a Democrat in the press because they'll just baby you and they won't ask you anything and they won't even debate you. But it is primal. You can smell the authenticity. You can smell the masculinity.
Yes.
Is it deodorant? Is it musk?
Is
it some sort of cologne that Harold has on today? I don't
wear
know.
Cologne. I want the record to reflect. I don't wear cologne.
It's just the natural musk of Harold Ford.
Stephen A. has it. Stephen A. goes live and no holds barred. And that's why he's rising. That's why Maher, as wimpy as he is, gets it. You know, he'll smoke and he'll drink and he'll let it go, but he understands the formula. And the formula now in new media, direct to consumer. You know, you get real politicians that tweet, they talk, and they podcast, and you can either know they're legit or not. Right now, the Democrats aren't legit, and everybody knows it.
You know, Harold, Stephen A. says that he has no interest in running, but he's going to keep the door open just in case no one shows up. What do you think of Stephen A. as a candidate?
Look, I think any and everybody should run. I say that ideas at the end of the day have to be what inform and what influence and what stimulate a campaign. I've tried to say for the life of me, I don't understand why these members of Congress and the Senate who are really specializing in the energy stimulation space, but aren't yet in the idea space. We've talked about on the show, I don't understand why we're not out saying we want to build 20 million new homes for Americans who, as we see aging homes and people moving into the workforce. We want a 5% cut in every agency across the country in the federal government. We want to scale what's working, reform what can be reformed, and scrap what's not. Take taxes off the first $50,000 of earnings on the payroll tax and up the payroll tax to $500,000 to pay for it. We now scrap it out at about $200,000. Make wealthier people pay a little bit more and let those working people, like the president wants to do, on no taxes. He is giving us an opening because he is so preoccupied with what I think is an ineffective way to bring business and jobs back to our country with his tariff plan. Let's get focused on issues. I don't need a history lesson on slavery. What I do need is to tell me how we're going to inform people, educate people, and make people's lives better by helping them make more money.
So you're going to endorse Stephen A.?
I like Steve. I like First Take. I love to hear his plan. If he likes these kinds of things, I think he'd have a better chance of being a politician.
All right, Dana, you know, the talk of Michelle Obama entering the presidential race was something where everybody said, whoa, in 2024. But she can't even keep a podcast going.
This was Jesse's favorite topic, and I think you still owe me something for that. I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember
I think we bet 100 times.
I don't remember that.
I didn't even know Michelle Obama had a brother. And now she's doing a podcast with her brother, and it's not getting anywhere. I mean, honestly, is she looking for something to do? Here's the way that she could get attention. I came up with this morning on
Don't
Newsroom.
say marry
I've been
him,
thinking about it all day. No, that only works for a certain congresswoman. Remember Michelle Obama had the hashtag Bring Back Our Girls?
Yeah.
Right? When those girls were kidnapped in Nigeria. And she was right to care. If she cared about America's girls and women's sports and was willing to say something, she would be a hero.
Boom. Take that, Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
No,
Dana,
take the idea and run with it.
you in
Do
the
it.
face.
No. She should do it. We want her to do that.
But
if you care about girls' sports and
it's
women's
almost
sports,
too
you
late.
should do it.
It's too late. She missed the boat.
Yeah, I agree. It is too late.
It would
But
have
you
been
know
nice.
what?
You're absolutely right. It would have been nice.
She can still do it.
It's too late for everything because she was so hot a year ago.
But somebody on the Democratic side at a high level needs to come out and say, and that can't be just be a congressman from Massachusetts. It has to be somebody at a high level who says, we got this wrong. Should be Kamala Harris. You want a future? You do it. But somebody on that side needs to do something because these girls should not have to basically get to a final in a competition and have to take a knee because they're going to lose to a guy.
Definitely. And up next, liberals are trying to cancel John Stamos for going to Mar-a-Lago.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
Everybody has something to say. All right, let's check out Trump's approval ratings. Let's see what's going on right here with the approval rating when it comes to CNN. CNN always has the approval ratings wrong.
Continue to follow the breaking news this morning. What is the stock market going to do because of this? China hitting back at the United States with an added 50% in retaliatory tariffs, bringing that total of tariffs on U.S. imports to 84%. Also setting in as we speak, President Trump's targeted tariffs, which include a combined 104% on Chinese goods. Now, this is rocking global markets with Americans caught in the middle and staring down a reality that prices on most everything are likely to go up. CNN's Harry Enton is looking at that today and how that makes Americans stuck in the middle feel. How are Americans so far baseline feeling about tariffs at the moment?
They hate them. They hate them, and it's going in the wrong direction. I mean, look at this. Trump's tariff deal. You know, you go back to January, it was 48% who favored, 46% who opposed, so slightly more who favored than opposed. Look at where we are now in April. 54% opposed, 42% favor. Opposition's going up, favor's going down. This, bottom line, is a political loser for Donald Trump, and he is losing the messaging battle on this. Americans might have been a little open to the idea of tariffs coming into this administration, but since then, their opposition through the roof, Kate Baldwin.
We've heard from a lot of people that Donald Trump's supporters, they have more of an appetite to feel pain for longer than maybe when you're looking at the broader electorate. That is, for one thing, that we have definitely heard. On the question, though, that we've heard more and more growing fears that this could all lead to a recession. Some CEOs saying they think we're already in one. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, so this is interesting, right? We've been talking about Wall Street, and we've been talking about whether what happens on Wall Street is an indication of what will happen on Main Street. And take a look here. These are recession chances, chance of a recession, according to J.P. Morgan. In early March, it was already 40%. Look at where it is now, 60%, a majority. How about Goldman Sachs? In early March, it was 20%. Look at where we are now, 45%. At best case at this point, it seems to me, at least according to the experts, the chance of a recession is 50-50 when you average it all together. What is
like
happening on Wall Street, at least
technically, we've been in a recession for a long time now. Technically, okay. Because you ain't going to tell me for the past 4 years, gas, food, inflation, it's been going up for the past 4 years, and you're telling me now we're going into an inflation recession. Come on, man. We've been experiencing recession for the past at least 2 years, 3 years now. Talking about we're going to a recession.
At this particular point has a pretty good chance of spilling into Main Street, and those folks who are thinking those tariffs are just something that are happening down in the stock exchange in New York City aren't coming to them. They may be in for a rude awakening and a rude surprise, Kate.
The real impact on people's lives is what matters most. But you know, also with in any White House, one of the things that they have to be worried about is the political impact on the president as well. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, look here. I mean, the economy has traditionally been Donald Trump's strength, right? You go back April of 2017, his net approval rating on the economy was plus 5 points. It was positive pretty much throughout his entire first term. Look at where we are now, minus 12 points. All of a sudden, the strength of Donald Trump has become a weakness of Donald Trump. It's one of his weakest positions. And more than that, at the beginning of this administration, his net approval rating on the economy was plus 6 points, minus 12 points now. It's fallen nearly 20 points over the course of less than 3 months, Kate. Very clear that's a very big drop.
That's real.
That is real. It is very clear that the American people do not like what's going on with this tariff plan, do not like Donald Trump's plans for the economy, and they're taking it out on Donald Trump. And that's why his economic approval rating is falling, and that is why his overall approval rating is also falling. This could be the thing that we look back right now. His economic approval rating is swimming with the fishes, so far underwater. Could be that this could take Donald Trump's political career and make it swimming with the fishes as well.
Let's see what happens in the next 24 hours.
We shall see.
Barry, thank you very much.
All crazy.
You know how that worked out for Luca Brasi. With us now, CNN political commentator Shermichael Singleton, Republican strategist, and Paul Begala, Democratic strategist. Harold, if you can stay at the wall for a second, or Vanna White over there, if you can put the tariff approval numbers back up and the change over time.
We can do that, Mr. Berman. Here
so,
we
Paul, there's been a big rollout. The president had a big rollout of his tariff plan. He called it Liberation Day.
Right.
Yet, approval going down, opposition going up. What does that tell you about the messaging on the tariffs?
Well, it's the substance, not the messaging.
Okay.
Like the Titanic didn't have a messaging problem. It had an iceberg problem. People just don't want to see their life savings squandered by this guy, by Mr. Trump. $11 trillion in 11 weeks. Okay? He's got about 197 weeks to go. So do the math. It's a reality problem. And these numbers are translating into elections. Okay, yeah, Harry's right. Trump's economic numbers underwater, which is a catastrophe for him. But more immediately, Republicans on the Hill own this because there's a movement going with Democrats and increasingly a couple of Republicans to claw back the power that the Constitution gave to the Congress to control these tariffs, not to Trump. So every Republican is going to have to vote or declare I want to take back away from Trump this power of the tariff. And I think Democrats have a huge advantage on that.
You know, Michael, it's interesting because over on Fox, they're even noting that Republican donors are freaking the F out about this. Those were their words. Bill Ackman saying our stock market's down, bond yields are up, the dollar's declining. These are not the markers of successful policy. What starts happening if the donors start freaking out, if the base starts freaking out, if members of Congress start freaking out?
Well, look, I'm not worried about the donors. They're some of the wealthiest people in the country. And a part of the issue, at least that I have with free trade in general, and I've written about this over the years, I don't share the belief of many of my fellow Republicans that free trade is this great benevolent thing. I think you need some level of it. But I also recognize the negative impacts of free trade. I mean, over the past 2.5, 3 decades, give or take, the top wealthiest people in this country have seen their income increase significantly, while everybody else in the middle and the bottom end have seen their numbers decrease. They've gotten poor. Their ability to pay for and afford more things, it hasn't increased. It's gotten worse. And so I think the president needs to be strategic in his methodology here. Let's level set. We have too many trade deficits. Let's figure out how to do that. A lot of countries are now starting to say, hey, we want to negotiate. You need to immediately begin that process. As it pertains to China, who, by the way, we are their #1 trading partner. They steal our intellectual property. There is no recourse for American companies. They build a significant portion of the things that we buy in this country. I don't believe personally that that is a good thing, to be so reliant and beholden to an adversary where if we ever got into a conflict with them, they don't have to ship us anything. And so I do believe that there is some argument for the president
Exactly.
to again, make trade fair for the United States and our trading partners. But I think we've got to be more strategic. I would agree that at some point, even Republicans in the base are going to say, okay, Mr. President, we're with you, but we can only feel the pain for so long. And so I think the onus is on the president there to communicate that to the American people.
You know, some in the base and some in Congress and some investors have been saying, make a deal with somebody. Announce a deal with somebody. And Paul, it is a bit of a mystery why the White House hasn't come forward with one of these deals yet. They say that some 70 countries are coming to them. But if they did, if they came today and said, you know what, South Korea's here, we have this deal. Japan is here, we have this deal. Would that be a success?
Well, it would be good, right? We don't want a trade war. But here's the problem Mr. Trump has. One of the few things he did in his first presidency that was great was the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, the USMCA. He just updated NAFTA, made it a more modern, better deal to help create this North American common market that we have. And now he's blown it up. His own trade deal. It's like, dude, who do you think negotiated the Trump?
Exactly. He negotiated USMCA. So it's like he's trying to negotiate a better deal now. You never thought in your mind that USMCA was possible in the first place. And now that same person that negotiated USMCA wants to negotiate a better deal, and you want to get in his way? How does that make any sense?
USMCA. So who would make a deal with a guy? They're going to have to, okay? But who wants to sit down and make a deal with a guy who can't keep his word? When he gave his word to the Canadians, gave his word to the Mexicans. By the way, one of the only countries he's not slapping new tariffs
after he gave his word,
Russia.
Biden got in the way.
Customers, as Michael said, you know, Canada and Mexico together buy from us almost $1 trillion worth of stuff. Russia, $3 billion. Actually, no, $500 million. $500 million from Russia. But they get an escape, and our friends get punished. And there's something going on here that I don't understand.
Sure, Michael, I keep trying to look at stock futures right now in the screen. My eyes, my aging eyes. There we go. So the S&P down 1.96%. If the market closes at that today, and it was a long way to go. I mean, these are just futures. The market's got to open. But if it closes like the futures are pointing right now, that would be bear market territory. So talk to me about what you think the right messaging is from the Trump White House if the markets close in a bear market, 20% drop from the high.
Yeah, look, the markets like stability. If you're a CEO, you have a board, you have investors, they want to be able to know what are the projections for Q2 going into Q3. It's really difficult to make those projections when there's a trade war essentially going on. And so I think if I were the president before I began this process, I probably would have focused on some of those corporate tax cuts. That would have been beneficial. I would have brought in all of those CEOs and said, hey, I'm preparing to do this. Go back to your boards and your major investors and tell them start putting some to the side. Be prepared for about 60 days, because that's what I think it's going to take to really get the type of agreements that I want. And that way you're bringing the CEOs, you're bringing these corporations on with you so that they know, okay, that there's stability here. The president's being specific with what he's trying to target in terms of key imports and versus just imports all over the place. So we're going to stick with the president for about 60 days or so to allow him to bring to fruition what his plans are. I think if the president would have gone in that route, John, I don't think the market would have reacted as negatively as it had.
Well. Reservations. Everybody has one.
CNN is admitting that President Trump is running circles around the Democrats who can't keep up with his record pace of executive orders.
I think there was this concern among some folks that Donald Trump would come in for a second term and kind of be a lame duck. He ain't no lame duck. If anything, he's a soaring eagle. What am I talking about here? Let's talk about Trump executive orders in 2025. He's already signed 111 so far. That is the most at this point in a presidency in at least 100 years.
Dems just can't keep up with soaring eagle Trump, and now some think purging the older lawmakers out of their party could help their chances. According to Politico, a new wave of Democratic primary challengers are trying to turn the midterms into a referendum on age and complacency in their party's ranks. But it's not just lawmakers they should be concerned with. This Gen Zer noticing a lot of the hands-off protesters were old fogies.
Where the is Gen Z? These people are cheering, they're talking like it's just the 60s, it's just like the 60s, and they're having conversations and walking slowly. There's no fight here, there's no youth here. It's all 30-somethings and their children, and then seniors, and God bless everybody who showed up today, but I'm really disappointed in the youth turnout. Where is the youth turnout? This is your future that is going to be impacted by the actions of the Trump administration.
All right, Greg.
Did she just say the 30-somethings were old?
Yeah, with their children.
That changes everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think I don't think it's even about age. I think it's, we've talked about authenticity before. You can't trust the Dems because they're always code switching. You know, they 1 minute they're condemning oligarchs, the next minute they're defending the top 10%. They're all about the stock market. They switch or affect dialects depending on the audience that they're talking about. That's not happening with Trump. You know, Trump is Trump, whether he's in the boardroom or at the McDonald's takeout window or in a dump truck, you know. There's no, like, oh, that's Trump over there, that's blah, blah, blah. I think the younger generation gravitates towards Trump, and I've talked to people with kids in college, and it's a fact. He's a folk hero to a lot of people. Mm-hmm. They like him because he's viewed with hysterical rage by the people they find comical. Whether, you know, you're in high school, it's a guidance counselor, or it's your liberal professor, they think it's funny that he makes them crazy. Mm-hmm. And I guess it's like the flip of you know, what it was like in the 60s, where, you know, you had the button down, you know, pipe smoking professor who gets all uptight because you like rock music and protests against the war. The left, the boomers, became the establishment. And now you have this anti-establishment character, Trump. He may not be the age that you'd expect him to be, but he certainly is the personality. He reminds me of how beloved Rodney Dangerfield was in Back to School. Mm-hmm. You know, he was a character that went back to college, a rich guy, and everybody, it didn't matter how old he was just fun.
Yeah. Jessica, how do you explain Harry Enton saying that Trump is a soaring eagle, not a lame duck?
Well, there was another Harry Enton segment a little bit later where he said that Trump's economic approval it's the worst ever for a president at this point. So that
why
feels
does he
kind of
think he's a
ostrich.
soaring
Well, he's a
eagle?
soaring eagle that he's signing so many executive orders. So soaring eagle in terms of not wanting to deal with Congress and wanting as much executive power as possible. But the thing that really matters and that got him elected was how he was going to manage the economy, and that's in the toilet. So that's fallen 20 points since inauguration. Majorities oppose tariffs. 70.
But it's just 100 days, though. This man has a lot of days ahead, and is still negotiating on the deals. This is his first 100 days. First 100 days, yo. And they're just saying, well, his policies are all bad and everything is just going in the toilet. No, give him some time. Give him some time, yo.
70% say that they're going to raise prices on us, which is how tariffs work.
Is the economy in the toilet?
A little bit.
Like, how many variables are you looking at? Are you just looking at the stock market?
No, I think it does matter that we've lost trillions.
Are you looking at inflation, the price of eggs, your gas? Because I always love how libs now use the stock market as the single variable for the economy.
No, it's not the single variable.
Flip.
I think that when you have people from small business owners to huge investors that were backing Donald Trump in the election very publicly coming out and saying that what he's doing is crazy. I can't use the expletive that Ken Langone, for instance, used, but I think that he knows what's going to be good for Main Street. When you have Walmart coming out and say they can't even do their normal economic forecasting because of the impact of these tariffs. And that's why it's so important to note the fact that he took off some of the retaliatory tariffs, but he still has this 10% baseline tariff, which will jack up prices.
Small business. Right now, we have clarity
are not
on the stock market.
No, we don't.
That's
and there's
the difference.
Still trillions
we have clarity
lost.
now.
We say, yes, today was a rebound day, and whoever saw his tweet and got in there and bought in the dip, you know, God bless you. I saw someone invested $1.3 million and made $33 million in a couple of minutes off of it. But this is a Main Street and a Wall Street problem.
Yeah. All right, Jesse, do you want to respond to that?
She's just a panicking. You heard what he said. Sit back and be cool, Jessica. You can't get so freaked out.
Tell a small business owner to be cool.
Jessica, I'm telling you to be cool.
No.
I'm telling these small business owners I'll be around Sunday and I'll buy the whole place up.
Really?
Yes, Jessica, relax. He's doing something that needed to be done. It's a little bit crazy right now, but it'll end up good in the long run. We've talked about this all week. You haven't been here. Money is power. But you know anything more important than that is political power. And Trump understands money because he's made a lot of it, and he has political power. You could say peak political power now, and he's combined the two, and he's exercising it in a way that I've never seen before. Benjamin Disraeli, he was the prime minister of Great Britain, happened to be Jewish. Jessica?
The very best people.
He says power has only one duty, to secure the social welfare of the people. And when you look at the way Donald Trump exercises his power, he's really focused on the welfare of the people, whether that's securing the border, keeping the streets safe, making sure that we have Greenland, for instance. That's about the social welfare. Today, Jessica, he's having this meeting. I believe Gretch was there. What do you call her? Big Gretch?
We do.
And for the last 15 years, all of these politicians have been trying to rid Lake Michigan of this Asian carp, an invasive species, which is destroying the lake. It happens to be the 20% of the fresh body of water in the world.
It wasn't zebra mussels.
Zebra mussels are also a problem.
Biden didn't do it. Obama didn't do it. He did it. He spent the money and he did it. And Big Gretch was there to thank him. You know why, Jessica? He's problem solving. And that's the bottom line. And that's why young Democrats are mad at their old fogies, because they had power just a little while ago, and they squandered it. They spent trillions, and they have nothing to show for it.
And you know, Dana, along with that, you've got they've got this age issue with the leadership, the Democrats, and they're upset with Pelosi and Schumer and all of them. So are they going to call George Clooney for an op-ed piece?
Well, I think they'll probably call him for money. One of the problems for the Democrats is that a lot of the progressives that are going to challenge these old guard are very far left. Okay, and they could win. And then what does that do for them, right? So that's a problem for them in the general elections, maybe not in a safe seat like Pelosi, but yeah, that is an issue. And then I read it, I can't remember the kid's name. He's 23 years old. I think he's 23, might even be younger. He dropped out of college because he figured out how to do online fundraising and all of the strategic messaging for Democrats, and he has been making a ton of money. Do you know who I'm talking about? He says, young, it's not Act Blue kid, it's like another guy. And what that young woman said is like, where are all the young people? The young people aren't going to go to the street. The young people are online. And that's where President Trump found the young people that support him as well. So they can battle it out there online while the older people are like living their dream of the 60s on the streets.
That is such a great point.
Well, thanks.
A lot of young people online.
Yeah.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
So far, what I've seen here is, of course, CNN doesn't support Trump. And of course, Fox supports Trump, the usual. However, everybody talking about tariffs should understand that we are Americans, okay? And we should support America. It's that easy. It's like, it is that easy. Support America. All right. With that being said, Trump signed executive orders today from the Oval Office. Let's listen to that.
To do it, so we'll talk to you about that. If we could, well, let's see. We're signing a lot of executive orders, and some ambassadors have been approved,
Yes, sir.
and we're going to start that process right now. We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan, and she's really done an excellent job, and a very good person. And we're working on the Selfridge, as you know, the air base. We're trying to get the air base open, keep it open. I think, Gretchen, if you're there, and Matt Hall, the Speaker of the House of Michigan, and he's been fantastic as the Speaker. I appreciate it. We won the state, Matt, and
We did.
you helped me a lot.
I did, and you made me speaker, so thank you, Mr. President.
That's good too. And Gretchen, I think everybody knows. So we're working on that very hard, and sometimes we call him the Secretary of War. It used to be called the Secretary of War. They changed it when we became a little bit politically correct. But I think we're great job. So we'll start with the first orders, and I think we have one for a man named Mike Huckabee. Does anyone know Mike Huckabee?
Yes, sir.
He's going to be a great ambassador to Israel. And they're thrilled to have him, that I can tell you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the Senate confirmed Governor Huckabee to be your next ambassador to Israel earlier today. That's his commission as ambassador. And then we also have a transmittal letter to the President of Israel requesting that he accept Ambassador Huckabee's credentials.
He's going to be fantastic. He's going to bring home the bacon.
And then
Even though bacon isn't too big in Israel.
That's just the third letter.
I had to clear that up.
Well said.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to Mike
Huckabee. Next, sir, this is a big one. As you've consistently identified, restoring our maritime dominance as a nation is very important. From shipbuilding to having a merchant marine that's capable of supporting American military efforts, really up and down the line, restoring maritime dominance has been a priority of this administration. This executive order, which was prepared primarily by your National Security Council staff and National Security Advisor Waltz, has a number of very significant policy steps, all aimed at restoring American maritime dominance and ensuring that we have the shipbuilding capacity and ability to compete globally, both militarily and in the civilian space as well.
And that could be a good one for Michigan, too. because we're going to be spending a lot of money on shipbuilding. We're way, way, way behind. We used to build a ship a day, and now we don't do a ship a year practically, and we have the capacity to do it. So we'll talk to you about that. Okay, Matt? You think about that. That's a natural. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next executive order relates to defense procurement. Our current defense procurement process has been criticized by many folks on both sides of the aisle as being too slow to adapt to new and changing technologies, not delivering the sorts of weapons and systems that our warfighters need in order to compete on the battlefields of the future. So with this executive order, we're going to be modernizing the procurement structure that the Department of Defense uses to allow it to more quickly adapt to changing circumstances around the world. And we're also going to be launching a review of existing procurement programs to ensure that we're getting value for the money and to ensure that we're getting the best possible systems in the field.
And which are currently horrible. I'll tell you, they're horrible. That process is ridiculous, what they do. They get the highest price and not even good-looking equipment, and we're changing it. We're going to change it to the best. So this is very, very important. I want to say hello to Brooke. Well, look at Brooke. She got the cost of eggs down 87%. 87%, Governor. We have somebody that's done a great job at Department of Agriculture, and Kristi Noem, who perhaps a few of you have heard of. She has done the most unbelievable job as somebody that's watching over our country at the border, and with Tom Homan and your whole staff of tremendous people. So thank you. Who would think that she is like meant for that job, huh? She's meant for it. So I just saw you there both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll do it later, please.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, in the defense space, one persistent issue that we've had in terms of the issue of foreign defense sales, that we're unable to provide weapon systems in a reliable, effective way to key allies of ours, and a key driver of that is inefficiencies and inconsistencies with the process by which we approve foreign military sales. So this executive order is going to direct your Department of Defense, Department of State, other relevant departments and agencies to rework our system of foreign defense sales to ensure that we can provide equipment, creating American jobs and providing obviously revenue to American defense manufacturers, but provide key military equipment to our key allies in a reliable, effective way.
Okay, that's good. All very important. Okay? Because our budget is just about approved, and it's a big budget, and we want to spend the money properly, get the best equipment in the world. We rebuilt our military during my first term, rebuilt it entirely, beautiful. And then some was given away to Afghanistan so stupidly, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I think. But it's still, we have to fix it up a little bit, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it, too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir.
Sinks and toilets.
Dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a huge
There's no
deal.
water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one.
You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. and you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. So it's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve it so it's memorialized. We're going to try and get all of these things, including straws, a little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting, they were dissolving, they weren't working well, and we went back to the plastic straws. We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done here, because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet, you know it's going to be a long wash of the hands. And so we're changing. It's a big deal. I did it in the first administration. Biden came in his first week, and he had no idea what he was doing, but somebody told him to do it. In his first week, he put the restrictions on all the bathroom utilities. Even in areas that have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You see those areas all the time with the flooding. So we're doing that, and we're going to get all of the things that you've seen. I think we set a record. We're up to almost 200 and 500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that much. We're going to get them approved by Congress so they're memorialized. And we look forward to doing that. Very important. And Congress is going to start working on it as soon as we get the big, beautiful deal done. The big, beautiful deal is important. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, that's important. Okay. Okay, is that okay? Good. It's a 10.
You're taking a good shower.
It's amazing.
We rate the signatures. That was a 10, that's why.
This is another executive order relating to deregulation, sir. There are a lot of regulations on the books that either promote monopoly directly or prevent new market entrants from entering into a given market. The net effect of that is very negative for consumers. So what this executive order is going to do is direct your departments and agencies to work with the FTC, with the Attorney General, with the Department of Justice, to ensure that the regulations we have on the books don't function as anti-competitive barriers to new market entrants. The net effect of all of that is going to hopefully be market forces that redound to the benefit of consumers and ordinary Americans as opposed to monopolistic businesses.
I said yesterday, he was a great, great student at Harvard before it went bad. It's gone really bad. Now they're teaching their students mathematics, basic mathematics. Can you believe it? So what does that mean? They're allowing people in that can't add 2 and 2? What's going on at Harvard?
I went to law school there, sir, and it was pretty liberal when I was there, but it's gone way off the deep end in recent years.
I don't know if you read that. They're teaching them basic mathematics, people that got accepted to Harvard. How come they got accepted if they don't have mathematics? And we're holding back $8 billion. Can we believe? We give Harvard $8 billion. And we're holding back Columbia. We're holding back a lot of the schools because they were woke. And they've hurt a lot of people. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There are a large number of regulations on the books. These are regulations that are currently in effect that we believe blatantly violate the law, blatantly violate Supreme Court precedent that otherwise are just blatantly illegal. So what this presidential memorandum does basically just directs the heads of your departments and agencies to follow the law and to cease enforcing regulations that are blatantly illegal or unconstitutional.
It's a big deal. It's really very important that we get these memorialized in Congress. Very important for the long haul, right?
Yes, sir. This is the last of our deregulatory EOs for the day. This is zero-based regulatory budgeting. The idea here is that over time, regulations accumulate on the books and in the Federal Register, and people aren't taking a close, detailed look at what's on the books and clearing them out as times change or as regulations become dated or ineffective. What this executive order is going to require is each of your departments and agencies to scrutinize on a continuing rolling basis all of the regulations they actually have on the books and sunset those that either no longer serve a purpose or the departments and agencies can't identify a specific reason for keeping them active.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've taken action against a number of law firms that have in one way or another been involved in the weaponization of government or actions of lawfare. One of those law firms is Sussman Godfrey, similar to what we've done previously with other law firms. This is an executive order that takes certain measures against Sussman Godfrey to ensure that they can't access government resources, government buildings, scrutinizing certain aspects of their practices as a law firm, given their previous activities.
And we signed with many law firms, the ones that we thought were inappropriate, and they've all agreed to pay $100 million. They went for some pretty big numbers. I guess we have a total. What do we have? What's the total about? What's the total right now, Steve? About, would you say?
Getting close to probably 600-700 million now, I would think. We've multiple at 100 million, some at 125 million. So the numbers are adding up. We're going to be close to $1 billion soon.
One at $40 million, millions of dollars an hour. But they don't admit guilt. Remember that, they don't admit guilt. But then we have another 5 to go, I think, 5 of them. And this one is we're just starting a process with this one.
Yes, sir.
Because there were some very bad things that happened with these law firms.
And this firm is very involved in the election misconduct.
Weren't they all involved in the election misconduct? I think they were all involved.
Yes.
Anyway, so they went from $40 million to $125 million. And most of them are at about $100 million, right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next president served in the Department of Homeland Security during your previous administration. In his capacity with the Department of Homeland Security, he leaked classified information. He wrote a book under the pseudonym Anonymous, making outrageous claims both about your administration and about others in it. What this presidential memorandum is going to do, one, it's going to strip any active clearance that he has in light of his past activities involving classified information. It's also going to order the Department of Justice to investigate his activities to see what else might come up in that context, given his egregious behavior during your previous
CNN, or one of them, I guess CNN, a lot. He'd be on all the time saying that the president is I had no idea. It's like, you know, in this office you have a lot of young people and they're here. I'll see him for 2 minutes and I assume he was I barely remember him. It was somebody that went out and wrote a book and said all sorts of terrible things that were all lies. And it was like he was this gentleman or that gentleman, like I dealt with him all the time. I had no idea who this guy. I said, who the hell is Miles Taylor? And he made a living on going on CNN talking about the president. And I think what he did, he wrote a book, Anonymous, said all sorts of lies, bad things. And I think it's like a traitor. It's like spying. He walks into the office. He's supposed to be sitting here. A lot of people, you know, I'll be here and there'll be 20 people standing in the room. There'll be oftentimes young people in the office. I assume he was one of them at least. But I didn't know anything about him. And he wrote a book, Anonymous, and I always thought it was terrible. And now we have a chance to find out whether or not it was terrible. But it was a work of fiction. Got a lot of publicity, got himself a nice job with CNN, or one of them. And I think we have to do something about it. You can't. I seem to be able to sustain, but if that's a terrible thing. A thing like that can happen. That's a terrible thing. And very confidential meetings, and because they happen to be one of a lot of people in a room, and they go out and write a book, and worse than that, call it anonymous, like it's a big deal, and everybody's saying, who is it, who is it, who is it? Then it was found out who he was a long time later, and he got a lot of publicity off that one. He's like a promoter. But we're going to find out whether or not somebody's allowed to do that. I think it's a very important case, and I think he's guilty of treason, if you want to know the truth. But we'll find out. And I assume we're recommending this to the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Terrible guy.
Similarly, sir, Christopher Krebs, the former head of CISA. This is a man who weaponized his position against free speech in the election context, in the context of COVID-19. This is it's a similar presidential memorandum to the one you just signed. It addresses his access to government existing clearances, investigate some of the malign acts that he participated in while he was still head of CISA.
This is another one. I don't know that I met him. I'm sure I met him, but I didn't know him. And he came out right after the election, which was a rigged election, a badly rigged election. We did phenomenally in that election. Look what happened to our country because of it. Open borders, millions of people coming into our country. Russia and Ukraine, that would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Afghanistan, the way they withdrew with 13 dead, but so many killed, actually. I mean, so many killed outside of the 13 soldiers, hundreds of people killed. And maybe, I don't know, never mentioned, but I mentioned it, 42 or 43 people so badly injured, the legs, the arms, blown off, the face. And this is all because of an incompetent group of people that preceded us, and that would have never happened. And this guy Krebs was saying, oh, the election was great, it was great. Well, it's been proven that it was not only not great. When you look at all these lawyers and law firms that are signing, giving us hundreds of millions of dollars, it was proven by so many different ways in so many different forms, from the legislatures not approving to the 51 intelligence agents that worked from all of the different scamming operations. It was a very corrupt election. They used COVID to cheat. And we're going to find out about this guy too, because this guy's a wise guy. He said, we've been proved this is the most secure election in the history of our country. Now, this was a disaster. And frankly, we should go to paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and one other thing, you should get a little certificate that says you're a citizen of our country. You get a citizen piece of paper, it says you're a citizen before you can vote. But you want voter ID and you want paper ballots, and you really want same-day voting. If you don't have same-day voting, they decide to change the air conditioner. Oh, we're fixing the air conditioner. Let's move all these boxes. We'll bring them back in a few days. And then they don't bring back those boxes. We got to have safe elections. We have to have borders. Ideally, we have to have a free press, which we don't have. We don't have a free press. We have a very dishonest press. This is an honor. We're going to find out whether or not he was right. This was a disgraceful election, and this guy sat back saying, well, I'm a member, or like he's a Republican or something, and almost right from the beginning. And he's tried to make the case that this election was a safe election. I think he said, this is the safest election we've ever had. And yet, every day you read in the papers about more and more fraud that's discovered. He's the fraud. He's a disgrace. So we'll find out whether or not it was a safe election. And if it wasn't, he's got a big price to pay. And he's a bad guy. There's another one. I have no idea who he is. Krebs. I have no idea who he is. I'm sure he was in the room at some point, just like you're all in the room, but I have no idea who he was. So thank you very much. Those last two are very important, I think, for the country.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, we just have 3 proclamations. These are the sorts of things that most presidents use an auto pen for. You obviously don't like using the auto pen much, if at all. The first of these is National Former Prisoner of War Recognition Day. This is one that you did in each of, I believe, each of the previous years of your previous administration, recognizes former prisoners of war. More generally, this proclamation is written to acknowledge the great steps you've made both in this administration and your previous administration on behalf of veterans, homeless veterans, others who have suffered in that way, and basically stating that it's a priority of your administration to ensure that veterans and homeless veterans are cared for properly.
Good. And you know what? They ought to find out who was using that auto pen, because whoever that person was, he or she was like the President of the United States, and I'm against auto pens. I think auto pens are not a good thing, especially when you're talking about documents like we're signing today. If he can't sign, then he can't be president. It's pretty simple. Let's see whether or not he could sign. But I think that should be tested. I really think that should be tested. It's another one. And you may think about it, because how can a man that, did he really know that when they gave all false information on the council, I mean, the whole unselect committee of political lunatics, they destroyed all the information. You can't get any information. They went for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, screaming and ranting and raving. Democrats plus 2 worse than Democrats. You had Cheney, Liz Cheney, and crying Adam Kinzinger. Crying Adam. Every time I looked at him, he was crying. The guy was a crier. But you can't do that. You just can't do that. So we're going to find out a lot. I think we're going to find out a lot. These last 3 or 4 have been they've been very, very interesting. We'll see what happens.
Sir.
But I don't think a president should be allowed to use an auto pen when they're signing very, important legislation. I think a president should sign it, not use an auto pen. And we're going to find out whether or not he knew what the hell he was doing. I'm sure at this point he'll say, I signed it. They'll tell him what to say. But to give pardons to people that destroyed all the information. If you destroyed information on a civil case, just a civil case, not a criminal case, a civil case, they put you in jail for that. And they found out that Pelosi was the one that was in charge of the security of the Capitol, and she knew all about it, and she admitted her guilt to her daughter, who was a movie documentary person. I'm sure her daughter's not too happy about that. I'm sure Crazy Nancy's not too happy. But we found out all the things, everything, and we go for the information. Sir, we've destroyed all of that information. If I haven't destroyed it, I wouldn't be sitting here right now, I guarantee you that. I'd be sitting someplace else. So I think it's something that we should really look at, because that's so important. The whole concept of an auto pen, because whoever's, auto pens are run by somebody. Whoever ran the auto pen was president of the United States. And I would be willing to bet that Biden didn't know, probably didn't know anything about any of it. Very dangerous, very dangerous. So you're going to check that out, right?
Yes, sir. We're working on it right now, sir. This is just another proclamation, sir, declaring National Crime Victims' Rights Week. You've obviously made it a major priority of your administration to track down and at times deport criminals who have committed violence on our streets, who have victimized so many people. This is an annual proclamation that hopefully gets Americans to remember that when crimes occur, there are real victims, there are real people who are affected, and there are people who suffer as a result.
Okay, it's very important. Thank you. I just want to add, so we're working very hard with Democrats, the governor, with Matt Hall, with a lot of transportation, Sean, and all of the people trying to keep Selfridge Air Force Base open, strong, thriving. And I think we're going to be successful, Governor. I think we'll be very successful at that. We've gotten some good feedback from Pete Hegseth and Department of Defense. And they're talking about F-16s, they're talking about F-35s, et cetera. It's a great piece of property, it's a great location, and it's a great state. So I think we're going to come back with a very good answer. We're also working on a certain fish that's taken over a beautiful lake called Michigan, right? And that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's very. Do you want to just talk about that?
Sure, Mr. President. Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for caring so much about Michigan. We've been working a long time. We couldn't get Joe Biden to do anything about either one of these issues, particularly Selfridge Air Force Base. It'll be critical to Michigan's economy and our security when you're able to deliver us another mission there. But on the Asian carp, you know, for years, when Obama was there, we could never get anyone to do anything about this invasive species that's going to destroy our Great Lakes. You know how important recreational fishing and so much of that is to our state. Because of your work, we're hopeful that we'll get a solution there and we'll get that barrier built so we can protect our Great Lakes. So thank you, Mr. President.
And they're very powerful fish. I mean, I see them, they jump out of the water, they jump at the fishermen. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And has this gotten into any of the other lakes yet? Because you would think it would be pretty easy because they're all sort of connected. Hey, Governor?
It's why we're working so hard to make sure that, you know, we work with the Army Corps and erect a barrier so that the Asian carp can't get into Lake Michigan. It'll devastate the ecosystem, the economy, tourism, and it's 20% of the world's fresh water is in the Great Lakes, Mr. President, which is why it's so important that as a nation we protect the pristine waters. Yep.
And, you know, all of a sudden, I assume the lakes are all interconnected, right? Yeah. So at some point they're going to be in the other lakes. And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have a method. It's a pretty gruesome method, but it's a method. And I think they know what to do. So we're going to work on that very hard. And thank you, Governor, very much. Sort of a bipartisan thing when you get right down to it. Yep. It's a very expensive thing, actually. It costs a lot. I looked at the numbers. I said, well, but we have to save Lake Michigan because these fish, they eat everything in the way, including the other fish. They eat everything. Are people endangered by the fish? I don't.
I think I mean, they're going to eat all the fish there. We won't be able to fish anymore, and that's a big deal in Lake Michigan. There's a lot of fishing, recreation, so it's going to be a problem there. But you're right, it's bipartisan, sir, but you're the one taking action on these issues. We couldn't get Biden to do it on Selfridge. This thing has been delayed for 15 years where we were trying to do it. It started under Obama where we were trying to do it. He wouldn't do anything about it. So we appreciate you paying so much attention to this and taking action.
Well,
sir.
I would. And the governor, in all fairness, called me about it. I had seen it, and she called me, and John James called me. And, we spoke with your office, and it's, you know, I want to put that down. Really is bipartisan. It's great to see it, actually. It's great to see that. And that includes Selfridge, too. Mm-hmm. And we're going to get it done, and we'll all stand there together and cut a ribbon. Okay, Gretchen? Good. That's good. Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you brought it up, Matt. Appreciate it. And I know you two get along pretty well, right?
Yeah. About 70% of the time.
I think you do. All right, good. We'll have something to celebrate pretty soon. So pretty sure about that. Okay. Thank you, Gretchen, very much. Okay, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, where does the TikTok deal stand, given what we've seen, you know, the tariffs
Well,
to
it's moving
China?
along, but obviously I would say right now China's not exactly thrilled about signing it. We have a deal with some very good people, some very rich companies that would do a great job with it, but we're going to have to wait to see what's going to happen with China. So,
Mr. President, still on the table?
no, it's on the table very much. I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
Mr. President,
Can you explain more of what you believe is the end game with China? Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness. But by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. You know, we're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more. And now when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. You know, I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas?
Definitely.
Is that a record? Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that after watching? But because the geniuses of the world, they get it. Our country is very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country, both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off. And also at the border, where 21 million people were allowed to come in. Many of those people were criminals. And but the people that do this for a living, and some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart at all. But these guys are very smart, and my group is very smart. My whole group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were all let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. So you've been amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest problems that I've never seen anything like it. Open borders. The whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, from Africa to Asia, a lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out. And I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing, a job that the president's done. He's coming to see me next week, and we look forward to that. But that's really been amazing. Yes?
Mr. President, the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat...
Bad timing for them. That's bad timing.
Why not?
They
didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
Okay, I'm glad that they held back.
You said you were watching the market.
If this was the strategy all along to bring them to the table, why did you instruct or advise, or maybe they did it on their own, some of your top aides to say this is not a negotiation, to hold the line, that they were going to hold the line, that you were not going to change your mind?
A lot of times it's not a negotiation until it is, and that happens. And, you know, I said outside that you have to have flexibility to do it right, and that's what we have. We brought everybody to the table, and it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, you know, things may be asked that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing. And Roger Penske just left. He's a great gentleman, great man, actually. And he said no other president would have had the guts to do this. And I believe that's right. They wouldn't have done it. They should have done this a long time ago. A long time ago they should have done it. I started it with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China in my first term. And we had the greatest economy. We were up 88% on the stock market. That was the greatest ever in the history of our country. But it had to be done. It's something that had to be done.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Which countries will be negotiating first? Do you have any criteria? Because, for example, Brazil and the UK, they do not have deficits with the US. They have a surplus. They do not have a surplus. They have deficits with the US. So what is the criteria? And also, would you consider talking or meeting with Xi Jinping?
Oh, sure I would. He's a friend of mine. I mean, I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. But they haven't treated our country right. Sure, I'd meet with him. On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here, and we're trying to see them. It's, from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus.
So many.
It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually, and you know we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, you know, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
Mr. President, we still expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel. Is that something you're still considering moving forward?
Yeah,
with?
well, I will be, because we want them coming back. You know, we realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that, and it was a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it. And that's because we let the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back. I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money. and they give billions of dollars, and they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to spend it. And the only thing that's going to bring them back is you say, we have a barrier. You have to pay 50% or 100% or 200%. And if they have to pay that, they're going to say, we're not going to pay that. We're going to build here. And that's what happened. $1 billion. Think of that, $1 billion to build essentially one massive plant. It'll be one of the largest plants in the world. And we're going to get them very quickly. We're going to get them energy. We're going to get them the electricity they need and the energy that they need. And it'll be approved by Lee Zeldin, a total professional. And it'll be approved very quickly. And they'll get their zoning very quickly. They'll have everything done in a matter of months.
Thank you, sir. You've procured a record amount of private sector investments since your election, $7 trillion. You talked about the importance of all that. Can you talk about how these investments will have a positive impact on families who felt like the previous economy left them behind, and why your executive orders on coal yesterday is so important given the amount of manufacturing that you're ushering back in?
Good, thank you. And which is correct. We have, I would say, more than $7 trillion now, right, of investment coming in. Apple is coming in for $500 billion alone. We have other companies coming in with massive numbers. We have car companies that are coming in. No, we've never seen anything like it. Maybe in the 1940s or 50s or something, but we've never seen anything like it. They had 3 plants canceled in Mexico. Not that we want to hurt Mexico, but we're for us. And that's what my job is. It's not to take care of other countries, but I want to help other countries as much as I can, but we have to take care of America first, and it's about America first. So we have many, many companies coming in that would have never come in if we didn't win the election and then put the tariffs on. And they're coming in because when they build in the United States, there are no tariffs. You don't have to pay any tariffs. So instead of paying 30, 40, 50% or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry was gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on it, I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive, maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it's incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel is a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them, and I don't know if they need any money now. I'll be honest with you, they hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it, they have such orders for steel now. It's incredible. What's going on in our country is incredible with respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world, but certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had other reasons, maybe bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and it's much more than that because these are places that we know. $7 trillion is unheard of. I never looked at the Biden numbers, but you could go a whole year and it was peanuts. Everybody was leaving. They weren't coming in, they were leaving, and that means jobs are leaving. And so we're not playing games. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you for that question.
Mr. President, it seems that China's made some...
Let her just do that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this administration no pause. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this morning. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have the use of, we didn't have access to lawyers or anything. We just wrote it up. We wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart. And I think it was well written too, but it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And we don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt. And they all want to negotiate. The only problem is, you know, you can only do so many at one time. It's like, we want to do it right. We want to get it right. We want to take care of them, but we have to take care of our country. So, but this was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time. And we decided to pull the trigger, and we did it today, and we're happy about it. I didn't know it would have that kind of an impact, but it's, you know, I think they have the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. That's pretty good. That's pretty. You're almost, you know, if you keep going, you're going to be back to where it was 4 weeks ago. But it was a sick market 4 weeks ago, you know, because the trade was sick. It was only a question of time. I don't blame the tariffs. I think the tariffs just sort of magnified what was happening. It was sick. Biden allowed these people to get away with murder. Biden allowed China to just take advantage of us. We had like $1 trillion deficit with China, $1 trillion deficit. So that was going to only be a matter of time. I think the tariffs brought it out faster and they magnified the problem. But I think this was a problem that existed far beyond tariffs. This was a systemic problem, and we're going to cure that problem. And maybe to a large extent we have, because we've revealed it, and we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable. And I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness. Not only Biden, Obama. This should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China. They didn't even have to do things. They considered them a nation that was undeveloped. They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened. I think we're starting from ground zero there, right? So we're a developing nation too. No, I don't. I know it's a lot of people take heat for saying it, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with what they got away with taking hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars right out of our pocket because our people here were stupid, they were stupid people. Maybe corrupt, I don't know. I don't know how you can be that stupid. How do you get to be president and you're stupid? But they certainly weren't courageous, and they allowed this to happen. And with Japan and with many other countries that took advantage of us. I mean, we had deficits with almost every country. I used to read these things. The first term I'd read them. I'd actually read the agreements. I'd say, how could anybody agree to this stuff? So certainly they were rough and they were tough, and they were, you know, if you could read first grade and you could read these agreements, you'd say, these are terrible deals. I actually used to say, who would allow deals like this to be made for our country? And maybe it's people that didn't care. Maybe it's people that weren't courageous. Maybe it's people that were corrupt. I don't know. But I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Mr. President, you've been very specific in saying that you would like the EU to purchase U.S. energy. Is there something specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that. Yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like China to do.
Are there some examples?
There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. Not you, but I'll be telling China.
Mr. President, Iran, you said the other day that if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically
well, they
did you
can't
mean?
have a nuclear weapon.
Did you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely. Yeah.
And do you have
a deadline for these talks?
Yeah, I do.
And
You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, I
They're saying
do.
it's not
Do you want
direct
something definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time, but we don't have much time
Who is starting the
because we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Is
Can't
it
let them have a
awkward to
nuclear
be
weapon.
there, Mr. President?
And we're going to let them thrive. I want them to thrive. I want Iran to be great. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. They understand that. You know, the people are so incredible in Iran, and they're so smart. They're very smart people. But, you know, they're in a rough situation, rough regime. But they understand, and the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't, they can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy oil. We did that to Venezuela just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to. I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal. They got to make a deal. When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine. But with Iran, yeah, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that. But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
When would the talks run out on the talks?
Say-
When would the talks need to conclude before you might do military?
I can't really be specific, but you know, when you start talks, you know if they're going along well or not. And I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. So that's just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it will be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country. You know, it's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, you know, in terms of their legal time, will be, if we can do it, I think we can do it, using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many, many countries that we'll be dealing with. We'll have good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers, and these are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right? I mean, considered the best in the world. I don't know. They just went off a little bit.
Mr. President, two questions. On Iran, do you have an update on who will be participating or conducting these conversations? Will Witkoff be there on Saturday for these direct talks? And on China, some economists are saying that right now is technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Are you concerned of escalation beyond the trade war with China?
No, I'm not concerned. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. But, you know, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allowed that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But, no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world. This country is very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody, not even close. So nobody's going to do that, but I think that if that's what you're referring to, maybe it's not. But just in terms of basic escalation, which is what you said, no, I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. He's a very smart man. He loves his country. I know that for a fact. I know him very well. And I think he's going to want to get to a deal. I think that's going to happen. We'll get.
This man is so smart. He's playing mind games with President Xi, talking about he's so smart. He knows exactly what to do. Trump is just a legend. This is called The Art of the Deal. If you haven't read the book, The Art of the Deal, I encourage you to go read that book. I've read it like 4 times now. I mean, it's just incredible. The deals he was making in the 80s. many, many billions of dollars in the 70s, 80s. So, I mean, this is 2025, and people still think he doesn't know what he's doing. Most people would say, he's filed for bankruptcy 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, whatever, how many times you think he's filed for bankruptcy. Have you ever heard about a successful businessman or sportsman, any successful person, any successful human being? Have you ever heard that they never failed? You have to fail to win. How do you win if you don't fail? You have to fail. Every great philosopher, scientist, doctors, every great person has failed. So people talking about Trump, he's failed 7 times, is filed for bankruptcy 7 times. That's actually a plus for us because he has experience. You could never buy experience. You could never buy experience, but he's full of experience. He's failed so many times, so he knows what failure looks like. He doesn't want to fail anymore. He knows. Plus, he's not even getting paid to be the president of the United States. Come on, yo.
A phone call at some point, and it'll be off to the races. It'll be a great thing for them. It'll be a great thing for us. It's going to be a great thing for the world and for humanity.
Do you have plans to meet with Putin in Saudi Arabia?
At some point, I will. At some point. We'll have to see. I mean, we have to get there right now. We got to get there. In the meantime, they're losing 2,500 on average young people every single week. Think of that. 2,500 people a week. It's not even conceivable. We got to get there fast.
Y'all can say what you want, man. Say what you want. If this is failure, if Trump is the definition of a failure, man, I want to be a failure like Trump. Okay. I want to be a failure like Trump. If this is what you guys are calling a failure, this man has buildings with his name on it. This is the only politician that is actually not getting paid by the government. Everybody else, Joe Biden has been in the government for what? 50 years. This man was a billionaire before he became a politician. He's one of the first politicians to lose money because he became a politician. Matter of fact, they should have a law now saying you should already be a successful businessman before, or have some sort of business. It may be a small business, whatever you do, or a 9 to 5, you must have a job before you become a public servant. Before you become someone who works for the government, you must have a job. Outside day job, aside the government. So that way your pay isn't reliant on the government. Nobody could buy Trump. He's made his money for years before he became a politician. So it's like, whatever anybody wanted to say, you could never say that this man is for sale. You said he was siding with dictators. Now, he's tariffing the hell out of China. President Xi is considered to be what? A dictator. And he already blasted Putin like last 2 weeks or last week. He just wants the best for Americans.
Tariffs on China even more before they come to the table or give you a phone
I
call?
can't imagine it. No, I can't imagine. I don't think so.
Man, you're still going, Chris.
I don't think we'll have to do it more. A lot of people charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers. Many, many people charge much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
On the investigations.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President. So do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed just because they are your policies?
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax, right? Some people have said that. Look, yeah, again, we're making, it'll be soon, much more than $2 billion a day.
That's crazy.
That's not the worst thing.
That's
I've ever
crazy.
heard. So, yeah, some people say that. But, you know, we look at the other side, too. I think as the United States, we have, as the United States, we have an obligation to look also at the other side. We want what's good for everyone. I mean, it's America first, but we also want to make sure there's a world that can live and live happily and all of that. And so, you know, this is the way I look. No, but there are people that say, look, where we are now, I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right? It's really plus. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you,
Okay. Oh my goodness, this dog, man. This is a dog, grow right here. This man is a dog, yo. Okay. Look, this man is signing executive orders almost every day. Almost every single day. Hate him or love him, he is absolutely hard working. Somebody said he only looks out for himself. How? How? Bringing back jobs to the United States is looking out for himself. Declining your salary for being the president of the United States is looking out for himself. Negotiating the hostage deals, bringing back hostages back to the United States is looking out for himself. Honda, Nvidia, Apple, all of these great companies bringing production into the United States. Is that looking out for himself as well? Okay.
The stock market finished with a boom today. Nice to see all that
Exactly.
green reacting to President Trump pausing.
Now, of course, thank God, the media is saying that the stock market finished at a boom yesterday because it's a new day today. Because this man just said, oh, what is this? Okay, because this man just said, you know what? We're going to drop tariffs on all of this nation, make it 10% tariff, and increase the tariff on China because China was always the target. Everybody else just got strays, but China was always the target from the gate.
Most of his tariffs on the world for 90 days after injecting mass chaos and fear in the markets. That pause does not include the tariffs he's imposed. What made Trump blink or cave or change his mind, whatever verb you prefer? He said his decision, quote, came together early this morning and, quote, was written from the heart, whatever that means. It probably also had to do something with the bond market, he said, which is usually safe in times of uncertainty. It didn't appear that way this morning, of course. Here's Trump.
Oh, I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
They were getting the yips, he said. CNN's Richard Quest is with us now. Richard, Trump claims that China wants to make a deal. If you were a betting man, do you think China and the United States are going to come to an agreement? Do you think China's going to cave? Do you think the U.S. is going to cave?
I think China is going to watch to see whether or not you sort of do tit for tat, but the tit for tat gets lower and lower and lower until you end up somewhere in the middle. And that's why I think the 125 is an interesting number that Trump went for, from 104 to 125. Is that number just small enough that China can either live with it or just about beat it? Because at some point, one side or the other is going to telegraph that they are ready to meet. The only thing against what I've just said, to argue completely against myself, is that the Chinese statement overnight is that they are in this to the bitter end. And that's the worrying part, because China maybe just was written off the United States for the foreseeable future and is just going to go head to head, toe for toe. We're going to have to wait for a few more hours to see if they match the 125 from Donald Trump.
And Richard, Goldman Sachs says Trump's trade retreat has not changed their own recession forecast, even though the stock market went up today. Its best day in 16 years, still not back to where the stocks were when Trump announced so-called Liberation Day. Are the gains today, is it like pushing an old lady down the stairs and then wanting credit for helping her back up at the bottom there? How do you see it?
I mean, think about it. By just posting on Truth Social, Trump was able to get the market up by what? Look at the Dow, 7.87%. Look at the S&P 500, 9.52%. Look at NASDAQ, 12.16%. By just posting on Truth Social, this man the entire world is just looking and waiting for this man to post on Truth Social and say, what is it going to say now? Let me see what I'm going to buy now. What I would say is don't hate. Just open your eyes, see what's going on, and don't blink because you might miss it. Like, people are becoming wealthy overnight off of just what decisions Trump is making. It's just truth. It's just the truth. Okay, so don't hate. Just watch what's going on. Don't blink. Take advantage of what is going on and hope for the best. And buy low and stop complaining.
That's very
Thank you.
That's very
I made
well.
Richard laugh. All right.
I was going to sort of say it's like the arsonist calling the fire brigade and then taking credit. Similar sort of idea. No, this is why Goldman is saying what it's actually said. Number one, you still have the auto tariffs. Number two, you said 125%, the largest bilateral trade relationship. And number four, you have a new global US tariff of 10%, which is 3 times the previous average of 2.5%. So yes, the worst in terms of Japan, South Korea, the EU has been staved off, but there is so much tariff in the system at the moment that's out of this.
All right, Richard Quest, thanks so much. Before pausing the tariffs, President Trump posted this morning, quote, "Be cool. Everything is going to work out well," unquote. Moments after he made his big reversal, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tried to take a victory lap.
Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
Joining us now, someone who, Alyssa, how did you take that? Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. When President Trump, in his own words, made it very clear that this didn't seem to be part of any strategy. He just saw that people were getting queasy.
Right. I mean, listen, this was clearly, and Donald Trump said as much on the South Lawn, that he was looking at the bond markets collapsing, and that was what forced his hand into this reversal. And this from from an outsider's perspective, but who was once an insider there, I get the sense that a lot of the major decisions these past few days have been made in a very small circle, and a lot of the communication staff and the staff who are going on television talking about what's going on are often kind of behind the curve in the president's decision making, because we were repeatedly told this is not a negotiation. Then Donald Trump says it is a negotiation. And beyond that, I do believe the White House is hearing from foreign leaders, but more importantly, they're hearing from business leaders who, a lot of them bet big on Donald Trump. They thought he was going to be good for the economy. They were expecting Trump term 1 all over again. And then they saw the markets in shambles. So I think his hand was forced here. And thank God you're hearing a big sigh of relief from Capitol Hill and from our allies around the world right now.
You say during your time at the White House, trade advisor Peter Navarro, who Elon Musk has been insulting over and over this week, that Navarro sometimes presented ideas that were half-baked. But there's still a lot of loyalty between Trump and Navarro. Today, Republican Senator Rand Paul, who doesn't believe in tariffs, he called Navarro a walking economic fallacy, which is, I should note, at least nicer than Elon Musk saying he's dumber than a stack of bricks. Do you think Navarro's days are numbered at all in the White House, or Trump doesn't care about any of that?
I actually don't think they are. I think Peter Navarro will be around. I think perhaps his influence over global markets and sweeping trade policy may be sidelined. he's a person who, listen, if you listen to him in a small, narrow way and then take in the advice of other people, could potentially be helpful to the president. But what this White House wasn't able to do, based on what I'm going to call the Navarro plan that they rolled out, is explain exactly what the full plan is. Is it full reindustrialization of the U.S.? Are we trying to bring back every factory that was lost? Are we cutting off basically all foreign trade? It just was not clearly articulated.
Well, bringing back
I
jobs,
think
though.
Donald Trump feels some alignment with Navarro and his policies, but he's a businessman who understands how you create jobs and how you keep an economy going. And Navarro's ideas are just the antithesis of how you do that.
All right, Alyssa Farah-Griffin, thank you so much. Our panel's here now. The Navarro Conundrum. That's like a Robert Ludlum book.
Navarro
I don't know if you read it. Phil, according to the latest jobs report, there are nearly 500,000 vacant manufacturing jobs right now. Now, Trump's talking about bringing manufacturing jobs back to the United States, which sounds wonderful. But if there are 500,000 vacant manufacturing jobs right now, are those jobs even desired by?
Aren't anywhere close to that point yet. Like, that would probably be viewed as a good problem to have, where all the manufacturing has actually moved back to the United States and we're trying to train a workforce. But it is a clear reality right now in the marketplace. Manufacturing has changed dramatically over the course of decades. It is so tied to automation and technology, robotics, that the types of jobs are high-skilled labor. Now, to be very clear, trying to create manufacturing jobs that would be equivalent to cheap labor back in the United States. They want innovation. They want those types of high-skilled jobs when those manufacturers come back. But it gets at, I think, an issue that people don't necessarily grasp, with good reason. There's been some serious stuff going on, which is the number of things that have to, and very tied to things that are out of their control. And right now, they're just trying to kind of get out of the gate on some level.
Yeah, and J.D. Vance 2.0, as opposed to the one we have now at 3.0, said that he didn't think protectionism was the way to bring back these jobs. It needed to be addressed with automation and education.
Right, he's shifted. I should note, our colleague Samantha DeLua has a great piece on this. It's running tomorrow on .com. Like, read it. It's much smarter than what I was trying to roll through.
No, you were great. Ashley, it seems like not even the U.S. Trade Representative knew that this change, that this pause for 90 days was going to happen. He was testifying before the Ways and Means Committee in the House of Representatives when it happened. Take a look.
How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've been
So
in
the
this
trade
hearing.
representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
Yes, I have.
And
I've just
yet
been in the hearing with you, sir.
But yet he announced it on a tweet. WTF? Who's in charge?
The president of the United States is in charge.
And what do you know about those details?
Well, as I mentioned,
It looks like your boss just pulled the
Let
rug
him
out
talk.
from under you and paused the tariffs.
So, Ashley, Chuck Schumer on the other side of Congress, the Senate Democratic leader, he called this a government of chaos. Do you think, what do you think is the role for Democrats here? Because I've also seen Democrats trying to say, well, some tariffs are good. I like some tariffs. These ones are not good. But what should be the role of your party?
Well, I mean, I think that what they need to do is lay out the case. There's two things at play here. It's one, either sheer incompetency on the part of the president, or he's intentionally trying to tank the U.S. economy. I happen to think it's actually both of them. And I think that is a position
You think he's trying to tank the economy?
there is no other way to explain it. How else do you explain the sort of haphazard nature of it all? How else do you explain that markets have been dropping and tanking globally for weeks and he still continues to pursue this effort? I don't understand it. And then more importantly, we've learned the lessons from his first term where there was a mixed bag in terms of results of his tariff agenda. So I don't know how else to explain it. And I think that is what the party needs to put forward to the American people. And then really make the case that the people who are the victims of all this chaos, it's the American people, from their pocketbooks to their retirement. That's what's actually suffering right now. And let's just take a step back, because this is the one thing I think my party has failed to really lay out. And that is less
There's
than
only
3
one thing
months.
you think your party's
Yeah, I mean, effectively, less than 3 months into this administration, we're talking about a recession.
Yeah.
I mean, let me repeat that. A recession
Right.
in less than 3 months. That is remarkable.
And it's people
unprecedented.
like
And
Jamie Dimon talking about a recession.
absolutely, but it's the people on the ground who are already feeling it. That's why they protested all weekend. This is why Republicans are trying to rein in the president on this tariff
Yeah.
agenda. I mean, it's a real thing, but my party's failing to really lay that out.
Of course. Of course. All right, Benny Sanders, what we got?
Those tariffs are aimed at part, and the president talks about bringing manufacturing jobs to America. The White House talked about iPhones being made here in America. Some economists have said it would cost thousands of extra dollars to buy an iPhone. Is that realistic?
I think I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the immediate harm is going to be very significant. And it is going to, I was just in Target the other day buying something, and I looked around there. Virtually all of those products sold in stores like Target are going to see significant increases in prices if Trump gets his way with tariffs. That's going to hurt working people a whole lot.
This is Marge Watchorn, a manager at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. She's worked with the federal government for 30 years. Thank you for your service. Thanks. Marge is a Democrat from Ellicott City, Maryland. Marge?
Senator, what would you say to federal employees who are concerned about the careless workforce cuts being effectuated by Elon Musk and Doge?
I want to say two things about that. First of all, thank you and your colleagues for your years of service. The vast majority of federal employees are trying their best to do the jobs that have to be done to protect the American people, and I thank you all very much for that. The idea that Mr. Musk goes around and with a chainsaw, I mean, that is his metaphor, a chainsaw, slashing jobs all over the place, telling people based on nothing that they have poor performance records, throwing them out into the street is outrageous. But I want to say something else, above and beyond. And by the way, I was just on the floor a few hours ago. They have decided in their brilliance, and I suspect this is a Musk initiative, to lay off, they have a proposal to lay off 83,000 workers at the Veterans Administration. Got that? So we made a commitment to the men and women who put their lives on the line that we were going to provide them with the best quality health care that we could. And generally speaking, I know in my state, veterans are very proud of the health care they get in White River Junction, Vermont, and that's true in many places in this country. But arbitrarily throwing 83,000 workers in the Veterans Administration, lowering the quality of care for our veterans, delaying the kind of the time in which they're going to get their benefits is a total outrage. I want to add one point to that. I want everybody to think about this. Most people, we have millions of federal employees, most people are not federal employees. And I think many people are saying, wow, that's outrageous. I really feel for these federal employees thrown out on the street. But I want you to think about this. If Musk can do this to federal employees, some of whom are in unions, some of whom work for years, what do you think he's going to be doing when artificial intelligence and robotics comes for your job? Guess what? The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years. And you think Musk and his friends are saying, oh my goodness, how do we protect American workers from the explosion in technology that we're seeing? They don't give a damn about you. If this is what they could do to federal employees, think about what they could do to people in the private sector. So bottom line there is I am not a Luddite. I think technology has many positive things to say. But we have got to understand that new technology, AI, robotics, has got to work for working people, not just for the billionaires and Mr. Musk.
There's a lot of talk about, from the Doge team about, or from Elon Musk, about waste, fraud, and abuse and what they're finding. Have you seen much evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse? Because what they put on their wall of receipts, some of the top items, the biggest savings they allege to have implemented, turned out to be mistakes or just lies.
Look, am I going to sit here and tell anybody in America that the United States government doesn't have a bureaucracy and there isn't waste? Of course there is. And do we all, you're Republican, conservative, progressive, I was mayor of the city of Burlington. One of the things I'm proud of is we saved money. We made the city more efficient. People pay taxes. They want to make sure their money goes to where it's supposed to go. We can do better than we're doing right now.
Is there a contribution Elon Musk could make to the federal government that you would be?
I think his name, I don't think he can do it. But do I think as a nation, as a Congress, as an administration, we got to sit down and say, how do we break through the bureaucracy and make the government more efficient? Yes. But I want to give you one example. And this worries me a whole lot. Trump gets up in his State of the Union, and many of you have heard it. And he says, oh my goodness, millions and millions of senior citizens, 150 years age, 200 years of age. Remember that? Oh, they're all getting Social Security benefits. It's a lie. A total, absolute lie. I mean, according to the new guy who is going to become the Social Security Administrator, Trump's own appointee, well over 99% of the benefits owed to people on Social Security were earned by the people on Social Security. It's just another lie. So a lot of what they're doing is, am I going to tell you the Veterans Administration is the most efficient organization in the world? No, it's not. But you don't simply, with a chainsaw, if you like, get rid of 83,000 people, then say, oh, it's not going to impact the quality of care that our veterans receive.
The president's keeping a 10% tariff on most countries, 25% on some goods from Canada and Mexico, 125% now on China. Has all of this chaos permanently damaged our economy, our reputation in the world?
Look, I live in Burlington, Vermont. You should all come up and visit us sometimes. We're a great city, a great state. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. Throughout the history of the United States and Canada, we have had a very warm, positive relationship. They are our neighbors. They are our friends. And right now, I got to tell you that in Canada, when you have a president of the United States who goes out of his way to insult the prime minister, he calls him governor. Oh, by the way, you're a Canadian. We're going to make you the 51st state. Canadians,
so what?
who I love, they're great people. They're not coming into Vermont anymore. They're not coming into America. They're boycotting American goods. Similar to our friends in Mexico and all over the world. These are our allies. We fought World War II. We defeated Nazism, fighting with our friends in UK and France throughout Europe. And now they're saying, what in God's name is going on with the United States of America? So the idea that this nation, which all of us want to see as a, what did Ronald Reagan call it, the city on the mountain?
Shining city on a hill.
City on a hill, close, all right. I don't quote Reagan all that often. But, you know, we want to be a model to the world. We want people to look at us and say, we want to be like the United States. Not, oh, God, United States, what are they doing? So,
let's get to our first questioner. This is Nate Gilsaw, legal administrative specialist at the Department of Justice from Burke, Virginia. He's a Republican. Nate, welcome.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, you have consistently opposed trade agreements like NAFTA and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, citing their detrimental effects on American workers. Recently, President Trump imposed broad reciprocal tariffs on numerous countries, leading to significant market disruptions and international backlash. How do you assess the effectiveness of such tariff strategies in protecting American jobs, and what alternative measures would you advocate to ensure fair trade without escalating global trade tensions?
Thanks a lot, Nate. And Nate is quite right. Not only did I vote against a Clinton-inspired NAFTA and PNTR with China, I helped lead the effort against it. And I think you know why. What I saw and wanted to prevent was the decimation of communities all over this country where working people had decent jobs, often with unions, in a factory. And what these trade agreements in essence said to corporate America, hey, no problem, you can throw American workers out on the street, you can go to Mexico, you can go to China and hire people for pennies an hour. And I thought that that was a horrible idea. It was a horrible idea. It resulted in the loss of thousands and thousands of factories in America, the loss of millions of jobs. So to answer Nate's question, look, what I think is tariffs used selectively are a good idea if they're going to protect American jobs. But to arbitrarily, out of nowhere, come up with a tariff that they can't even justify or explain to virtually every country on earth is absolutely counterproductive.
Tariff is not counterproductive, sir, Bernie.
This is Grace Copps, a student at Georgetown University. She's a Democrat originally from New York. Grace.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. My question is as follows. How can the United States go about repairing our relationship with allies like Canada after the second Trump administration?
Well, I think there's going to have to be acknowledgement that what we stand for as a country is not to be the bully of the world. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the idea that you insult the prime minister, that you tell Canada they're going to become our 51st state, that you tell the people in Denmark, oh, by the way, we're taking Greenland away from you. This is outrageous. And what I would like us to be is a leader of the world based on our democracy as a model, based on our compassion, based on our work to fight climate change
And
help
where
people all
has
over
that
the world
gotten you?
transfer away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy so that we could save the planet.
Okay.
So that's a little bit what I'd like
Let me just ask you in terms of relationships. If the end result or the results in the next 90 days of these tariffs that the president has put on is lowering of tariffs by other nations against the U.S., will it have been worth it? If this brings them to the negotiating
Nothing is
table?
worth it. Look, the isolation, how is it worth it? What is worth it when you have people that have been our neighbors and allies and friends for almost 200 years in Canada now distrusting the United States, our friends in the UK, throughout Europe distrusting the United States? We are becoming isolated from the rest of the world. So there's very little that I can see that would make it worth that.
By the way, Grace's question was about what happens after Trump finishes his second term.
But we got a lot of repair work to do.
Oh, but you know what he said about a third term. Do you think he's serious?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think you have somebody whose main function, what he wants is power and wealth for his oligarch friends. So nothing would surprise me about Trump.
I want you to meet Jayan Chatterjee. He's a student at Georgetown University, originally from New York. He's a Democrat. Jayan, welcome.
Hi, Senator Sanders. Senator, for many years, your theory of power has rested on a critique of oligarchy. But in the past few years, around the world, the rise of populist right-wing leaders has seemed even more closely related to a loss of faith in institutions, loss of faith in the media, in public health authorities, in judiciaries, and of course, as you've mentioned, in democratic political bodies. Is a singular focus on oligarchy sufficient to address the skepticism in democratic institutions that has driven many Americans and people around the world to the far right?
That's a great question. Thanks. Oh, look.
See, American universities.
There you go. Here's what I think. I don't think that Donald Trump was elected president because he went around the country telling folks that he was going to give massive tax breaks to billionaires and cut Medicaid, or that he was going to eviscerate the Social Security Administration or throw 83,000 workers off of the Veterans Administration, or that he was going to cut Medicaid. That's not why he was elected president. He was elected president, I think, because many, many millions of people are looking at the economic and political system in America and understand that it is not working for them. All right? You tell them to go out and vote, and they go out and vote, and what happens? Over the last 52 years, the average American worker, in inflation accounted for dollars, is earning less than he or she did 52 years ago. And there's been a massive transfer of wealth during that period to the top 1%. Oh, go out and vote. Go out and vote for this candidate or that candidate. Really? Who cares? What does it matter? The rich get richer. I am struggling. Richest country in the world, 60% living paycheck to paycheck. Now, tied to that, and this is an issue that we have to talk about tonight, and I'd love people's feelings about it. And we don't talk about it in media, and we don't talk about it in Congress very much, is when you talk about people losing faith in the American political system, it's justified because you have a corrupt campaign finance system. So you get one vote and you get one vote, and Elon Musk could spend $270 million to help elect Donald Trump to become president, and then his reward is he becomes the most powerful person in government. And it's not just Republicans. You got Democratic billionaires heavily influencing what goes on in the Democratic Party. As I mentioned earlier, I feel very strongly that the United States government should not give another nickel to the Netanyahu extremist government that has killed 50,000 people in Gaza, wounded over 110,000 people. All right, that's my view. You may disagree with me. But you got AIPAC telling any Democrat who stands up to Netanyahu, guess what, we're going to primary you. We're going to spend millions of dollars to defeat you. So does it sound like we're living in a democracy when Musk can intimidate any Republican? You stand up to me, we're going to primary you. We're going to defeat you. We got a corrupt campaign finance system influencing both political parties. So the average American says, yeah, I got one vote. And Musk can spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Is that a democracy? Why should I vote? And then Trump comes along and says, the whole system is broken. and I'm gonna annihilate the whole system. Well, the system is broken. Our healthcare system is broken. No question about it. Our childcare system is broken. Our housing system is broken. Our campaign finance system is broken. Both political parties are dominated by big money interests. So people have a right to be angry. But our answer is to improve the situation, to create a vibrant democracy, to get big money out of the political process is an enormously important thing.
Bernie would say anything at this point. He's been what? He's probably been everything at the same time. He didn't change nothing. Now he wants to talk about Trump. You just had Joe Biden for 4 years, Bernie.
All right, welcome back to Hannity. We're live from Capitol Hill, where we continue our town hall with Senate Republicans. By the way, a rare event. I want to thank all of you for doing this. A lot of senators won't. I appreciate your time. A lot of issues facing the country. And I really do believe that Americans are putting a lot of faith, hope, and trust in all of you that you can get President Trump's agenda that they voted for in the mandate that Senator Cruz was talking about across the finish line or crossing the plane. Senator Kennedy, you make my audience laugh more than anybody. As you examine this issue of reconciliation and the economy and $37 trillion in debt, and then DOJ finding, what, nearly $150 trillion, I think, at this point, dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse, how will all of you with the majority get this under control?
Well, look, reconciliation is not quantum physics. It's about lower prices. To lower prices, Sean, you've got to do three things. You've got to reduce government spending so you have less stimulus. You've got to deregulate the economy so the price of goods and services go down. And you have to design your tax code that looks like somebody designed it on purpose to stimulate growth.
Yeah.
Now, reconciliation allows us in the Senate to do all three of those things with 51 votes. And that's really all it is. I want to say a word, though, about tariffs, because that's sort of the fourth leg of this stool. I think most fair-minded people would agree with this. Other countries have used trade barriers to take advantage of the American people and American businesses.
Facts.
Number two, President Trump has said enough. We would not be in this situation today had he not been a pit bull. By that I mean there are 195 countries in the world, 70 are begging him to make a deal to lower tariffs. He's like the pit bull, though, who caught the car. Here's what I don't know what the president's going to do next. Here's what I hope he does next. I hope he takes a deal. I hope he goes to, he and Scott Bessent go to every one of those countries and reduce those tariffs and trade barriers down to zero and let American businesses compete with those foreign businesses. Competition makes us better.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, 70 countries, and the EU is now seemingly moving in his direction. I can just tell you, talking to, 25 million people on 750 radio stations every day, when Americans hear that our friends and allies in Europe, I'll give a quick example, and I'll stay with you on this. Okay, Germany, they have a 10% tariff, we have a 2.5% tariff, but they also have a VAT tax, or a value-added tax. That's a national sales tax. So that raises the sticker price of an American car to be sold in Germany by 30%. Yep. They sell 8 to 10 cars, German cars in America, to our one car sold in Germany. Why are they hurting us? They look to us for defense. They want us. They'll be screaming, "U.S., come to the rescue" at a moment's notice. We pay 100%. A bulk of the freight when it comes to NATO. Why would they treat a friendly nation like that? Why would other European nations be doing that to us?
Well, I think that's what the president has talked about.
But you agree we're being ripped off?
Yes. Look, China is probably the worst example, but not the only one. God created the world, but everything else is made in China. I mean, we know that. That just reflects reality today. But they're not the only one.
How about gumbo, John? Is gumbo made in China?
But they're not the only one. But because President Trump has done what he's done, and I'm not saying it hasn't been tough with the market, it has been. But we would not be in this situation able to negotiate lower tariffs and trade barriers if President Trump hadn't done what he has done. I just want him to see him turn Scott Bessent loose. He and Scott take them one at a time, and let's lower these tariffs and let American businesses compete with the world, and may the best product and the best price win, and we'll all be better off.
I would like to keep it less complicated, because sometimes there's a few other issues that have been conflated with it. But if it really comes down, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, good to see you.
Yes.
If it comes down to a simple choice, most Americans agree that we're being ripped off. Most Americans don't like being ripped off, especially ripped off by our friends. But the president has said that if you want free and fair trade, we'll go along with that. If you want tariffs, okay, you tariff us, we'll put reciprocal tariffs on you. If we keep it and reduce it to that simple formula, I believe that's a winning issue. Am I wrong?
It is, but we also have access to the economy. You use Japan, Germany as an example, right? They can lower it to 0 tariffs, but they still charge 20% tax.
Well, that's got to be
30%
included.
tax.
That's a tax.
Right. It is a tax, but you have to take that in consideration. Japan does the same thing, right? Japan charges 0 tariffs on a U.S. manufactured vehicle to go in, but you can't sell a vehicle in Japan.
But Japan puts 200% on rice imported from our country into their country.
Yeah, absolutely.
No one's selling any American rice there, and 94% of their cars are made in their country.
Right, which goes to the fact that President Trump has the backbone at this point to say, hey, it's time to right the ship. There has been no president that's been willing to address this, and we've known this has been an issue, Sean, for decades, and it's only got worse. What President Trump did is he's finally stepped up and said something that he started talking about back in 1988 on Oprah's show, saying that they were taking advantage of us. We have to stop the bleeding. If we didn't do it, then what generation was going to happen? Because this isn't about just today. What President Trump is doing is he's looking at the economy 10, 15, 20 years down the road, because that's what a business guy, not a politician, that's what a business guy does. A politician looks at what happens in the next election. President Trump is looking generational down the road, which is what we should be doing. But at the same time, let's talk about some of the lies that the Democrats are showing, right? The Democrats are saying that we're going to cut Social Security benefits. Do you know we can't do that through reconciliation? But they don't say that. They also say we're going to raise taxes on billionaires, or not raise taxes, but cut taxes on billionaires.
This is a Fox News alert. You mean Democrats lie?
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, when they call all of you Nazis and fascists,
Yes,
and
right.
Hitler and Mussolini, and
But the American people starting to believe it because they say it so much. When you cannot cut Social Security in reconciliation. At the same time, they're saying we're going to cut taxes for billionaires and millionaires and President Trump's friends, when all we're doing is extending the current tax code. The current tax policy that we have right now, we're simply extending it. And so the Democrats, they can't run on any of their policies, but they're running on lies.
Actually, you can add to that. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. Guess what? I used to work in the service industry. I would have liked all that.
Yes, it absolutely, and it cuts taxes on the ones that need it the absolute most. But, you know, as I said before, Sean, the Democrats have nothing to run on policy-wise, so they're just running on fear and lies.
So I saw you shaking your head, Senator Scott, and I think I'm reading the room, and I'm getting consensus that now that we know these countries have taken note of what the president has laid out, you want these deals to be done expeditiously.
100%. Sooner than later. Yeah. Like I said, the $7 trillion that's on the table, that would be a fantastic blue-collar comeback. But more importantly, it resets America as the economically dominant nation on the planet for a generation. I think we need more than 2 years in the majority, however. We need 4 years in the majority to make sure we cement a generation of change. You don't do that in 2 years. You do that over 4 years. I think President Trump has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reset, recalibrate the entire global economy by bringing it all home to America.
And that's what he's doing.
First, by putting our paychecks first by
Man, shout out to
securing
Tim
this
Scott,
nation
man.
first, and the rest of the world, including our allies, will take advantage of us if we let them.
We let them do it
Exactly.
for 50 or 60
Yes,
years, Senator
since World War
Cruz.
II.
To you, it seems that the magic sauce here would be speed. Now that they're willing to deal, get the deal done.
Well, and take the deal. We're at a fork in the road.
Take what deal?
Take the deal, make deals, and actually work to lower tariffs. Look, we're at a fork in the road, and it's a real
Lower or reciprocal?
Lower tariffs on both sides. Reciprocal. I'm saying reciprocal, but here's the fork in the road. What do you do once you announce these tariffs last week? One option, and the option that I hope and pray the president takes, is you've got countries beating a path to the White House saying, Uncle, let us up. We'll slash our tariffs. We'll slash our barriers to trade in exchange for you doing it. If the outcome of these tariffs announced last week is in 30...
I love the fact that even its cabinet, the GOP senators, they do not know what Trump is going to do. Nobody knows his decisions. Nobody knows what he's going to say, how he's going to say it. Everybody just hopes he says what they hope he says. He's unpredictable, and this is what makes him a legend. This is what makes Trump a very, in my opinion, a very effective leader and very unstoppable, because you just never know what he's going to do. His closest allies don't know what he's going to do. This is what the leader of the free world is supposed to be like. Very unpredictable. He just has the dog in him. That's it.
30 days, 60 days, 90 days, we see tariffs slashed worldwide. We see the barriers to U.S. farmers and ranchers and manufacturers dropping enormously, and suddenly we're able to access other markets, and these tariffs drop here. That's a great outcome. President Trump has the opportunity for the most extraordinary economic win for the American people right now by making a deal, by saying, let's cut a deal. But on the other hand, and I do want to give a word of warning, there are voices in the administration that rather than take a deal are saying we want to have tariffs as a long-term permanent feature of the economy. I think that'd be a mistake. If a year from now, our trading partners have all jacked up tariffs on America and we have high tariffs on everyone, I think that'll hurt this country. And so what I'm urging the president is this opportunity to take the deal, lower tariffs all around. It's actually what President Trump proposed in Europe in his first term. You guys slash your tariffs, we'll slash ours, and we'll have free and fair trade for everyone. That would be historic.
Senator Cotton, though, if we got them to the point where it was free and fair or reciprocal, at that point, wouldn't America be taking in billions? And one other thing that nobody seems to talk about, I like the idea that our semiconductors will now be made in this country for national security reasons. I like the idea that more auto manufacturing centers will be built in this country. I like that our pharmaceuticals, too many of our pharmaceuticals are made abroad. God forbid COVID 2.0 comes along. Mark Wayne Mullins, Senator, he carries this ball everywhere. I'm not sure what this is. Like a blanket or what?
Yes, it's my pacifier.
So for national security reasons, I like it.
Yeah, well, first off, Sean, I think Americans would prevail because I trust American workers and businesses to compete and win against anyone in the world. But the point you're making, I think, is very important about the national security aspects of these tariffs, especially as it relates to China. You mentioned a couple things there. Basic pharmaceuticals like acetaminophen or ibuprofen, antibiotics, and semiconductors. We're way too dependent on China for those. We're also too dependent on Taiwan, which makes 60% of the world's semiconductors, 90% of the world's advanced
That company committed $100 billion just by the threat of
That's
tariffs.
what we want. We want to get redundant, resilient capacity here in the United States. So whatever might happen in a conflict in the Western Pacific with Taiwan, we know that we have semiconductors which are vital to the modern electronic digital economy. I think one of the best things President Trump has done in the tariff announcement is what he's done with China. Not just starting with 20%, adding 34%. threatening them that if they retaliated, he would do more, which they've done. He's moved it now to another 50%. And he's closed the de minimis loophole, which allowed companies like Temu and Shein to exploit American businesses to ship goods.
Man. Wait. Tell me you guys are not shopping on Temu, Shein, what else? Y'all put it in the comment, like y'all put it in the chat, yo. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Did you shop on Shein or Temu? Or what is the other one? What is the other one? I know it's Temu, Shein, and I think I think Alibaba and AliExpress is for like large orders if you guys are reselling stuff. But Temu and Shein is for like, it's supposed to be Amazon like for, wives, husbands, teenagers to shop on. Are you guys shopping on Shein? Somebody say I don't. Somebody say I don't shop on Shein. Y'all be shopping on Shein. I heard Temu. Whatever you buy from Temu never looks like what it's supposed to look like. Like you see a picture of the item on Temu, but when you order it, that's what I heard. Okay, I've never ordered anything on Temu. I'm not even gonna cap. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. But a lot of people always say they buy stuff on Temu, and when it comes to their front door, it's like they could buy a phone, and when it comes to their door, it's gonna be it's small. It's wild. I've heard some of this story about Temu.
Here that are the cheap junk that John Kennedy was joking about earlier without paying any tariff whatsoever. So I think that's part of the most important thing President Trump has done in these tariffs.
When we come back, is America on the precipice of a showdown with Iran? I want to talk about national security, and I definitely want to...
Bright says, Dollar Tree quality. Now, don't disrespect Dollar Tree, yo. I just got my paper towels from Dollar Tree last night. Do not disrespect Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree has been saving lives, bro. Dollar Tree. Nah, bro. We ain't gonna do that. Dollar Tree has been saving lives for years, bro. Because I just bought my paper towel from Dollar Tree yesterday. So don't be disrespecting Dollar Tree. Comparing Dollar Tree to no goddamn Temu or Shein. Okay? Relax with all that.
Thinking 3 steps ahead, that's the focus of tonight's angle.
Our country's stronger than it's ever been, and somebody had to do that we had to take the medicine, we had to go through the operation, and that's what we've been through, and a lot of presidents would not have done it. No president would have done it, I think, but it had to be done.
Well, his critics always misunderstood him. They said Trump's position's crazy. Tariffs are never going to work. He's trying to tank the economy. He's way over his skis.
Donald Trump poured gasoline on our global economy and lit a match with his devastating trade war.
This is the first just single man-made recession in American history.
Do you personally expect a recession?
I think probably that's a likely outcome.
Chase.
And as usual, the political class also underestimated Trump. Remember they scoffed at him when he got into the race back in 2015, and then they counted him out after the 2020 election. They assumed he was finished. They hoped he was finished, and that he'd never hold political office again. After all, he's a convicted felon. Well, and ditto for the Wall Street types. Even those who worked with Trump underestimated him. He's just a real estate guy. He doesn't understand the complexities of global supply chains. But under Trump's tariffs, America's future was in peril, they said. They warned of a grim, grim event. Speaking of grim sounding, Larry Summers today.
When people think that the rule of law is deteriorating, when people think that the country's being mismanaged, they sell its stocks and they sell its bonds too. They sell everything. Treasury bonds, prices go up and their yields go down. So what this is saying is that we're becoming more like an emerging market country, more like a country with a peso rather than a dollar as its currency.
Whoops. Well, I guess that peso went muy arriba today. Well, 5 minutes later, he should have demanded to come back on camera to eat crow. The market had rebounded by then. 2,200 points, is up way more, because Trump announced a brilliant move to pause the higher tariffs on countries negotiating with us, but meanwhile, to raise China's tariffs to 125%. So wall off China by boxing.
Exactly. So I just saw a comment. Somebody says Americans need to grow and eat healthier. Say we eat so many processed food right now. And that's what I said yesterday when we were streaming. I told y'all, I said America, basically 70%, almost or over 70%. I think it's almost 70% of American food is ultra processed. Like if you go to Walmart, Target, Food Lion, wherever you go, Kroger, Publix, wherever you go, well, according to the stats, almost 70% of the food we consume in the United States is ultra processed. And we know what ultra processed food does to our body. Diabetes, promotes cancer and all that stuff. So it's like, these are very important issues that needs to be taken care of, because if you consume ultra processed food all your life, when you're 40, you're ready to go. You're just ready to go. So, these are very important issues that needs to be taken care of. Okay. And hopefully, what's his name? Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr., does what he's supposed to do. Because if almost 70% of the food that we're consuming, that our kids are consuming, that our parents are consuming, that our spouses, husbands are consuming, uncle, grandmas, they're consuming ultra processed foods, this is just going to send them to God really fast. So, with that being said, that needs to be the forefront as well. Make America healthy.
Them out, further weakening their economic power. It's genius.
Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect. The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China.
What the Larry Summers types, as smart as he is, and Rand Paul, as much as we like him, and the hedge funders, as rich as they are, don't seem to understand is that Trump has always been consistent about his ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to raise living standards for all Americans. The tariffs were just one of his favorite tools to get there. Now think about what happened here. After he campaigned on tariffs during the 2024 campaign,
this was his
he made
last
his
day.
Liberation Day announcement. Then Trump watches the reaction. The markets plummet. But countries rush in to negotiate. He told them, move quickly, because the doors were going to close. And then, today, Trump decides to take the win, announcing...
You guys, you remember this day? You remember this day? I don't know how many of you guys were subscribed to me or watching me by then, but I streamed this last day of his campaign, which was November 4th, 2024. But he did, I think, 4 events that day. And since he got inaugurated, he's been doing 2 to 4 events every single day. But this was, I think he did 2 events in Pennsylvania, 1 in Raleigh, and I think 1 in Georgia that last day. And it was just bonkers. I mean, take a look at the dates and the cities up here.
Tariffs during
this
the
was
2024
in Pennsylvania.
Campaign,
Same
he
day,
made
November
his
4th.
Liberation Day announcement. Then Trump watches the reaction.
This was Raleigh, NC, November 4th.
But countries rush in to negotiate. He told them,
look how he's dancing.
Because
this
the
man,
doors
78 years old. This was probably 10 p.m. Grand Rapids, Michigan, same day,
a 10%
November 4th.
tariff that stays on everyone. The market has already priced those
Legendary.
in. But the key is a pause
Hardest
on the
worker.
greater or reciprocal tariffs.
Nobody
that
else
took
comes
into account all the
close.
things that people do in other countries to, screw us on trade. And they get a break, all those negotiating countries. But China is the odd man out here, with its tariffs staying really high at 125. So now communist China, that has had the biggest trade deficit with us, is now really hurting.
Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. We're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day.
Look, China's going to have to find consumers for all the junk that their factories make. And their products will now be much harder to sell here. This leaves the factories idling and losing money. We know this. We know that Europe doesn't have the money to bail China out, even if they wanted to. And going forward, Trump can, of course, tweak the tariffs depending on how far these countries will go to make things right for our manufacturing sector, make it fair. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said it well this morning.
For the last 4 decades, basically since I began my career in Wall Street has grown wealthier than ever before, and it can continue to grow and do well.
Sure.
But for the next 4 years, the Trump agenda is focused on Main Street. It's Main Street's turn. It's Main Street's turn to hire workers. It's Main Street's turn to drive investment. And it's Main Street's turn to restore the American dream.
That should be on a bumper sticker. It's Main Street's turn.
Isn't it wild how Democrats would say they are for the Main Street, the working class people, and Trump was for Wall Street? Remember that? Remember those days where people would, they still say it. They say Trump is for the billionaires, but then it's like Wall Street is losing money. So is he truly for the billionaires or for everyday working Americans? I'll let you do the math.
Now, this is the only way, as I said last night on The Angle, that capitalism, as we understand it, can be saved. After 30 years of selling out who Trump always said he would never forget.
Under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again.
Powerful.
We will make America wealthy again.
And he's adding up the dollars and cents for this country. Now, for decades, when he was focused on building skyscrapers, Donald Trump was already speaking out publicly about how other countries were ripping us off because our politicians were stupid and they made stupid trade deals. Well, that's because Trump, he's always 3 steps ahead. He knew that if our middle class lost faith in the capitalist system, our entire system would come crashing down. After all, why would anyone without a college degree vote for a Republican who didn't work to save our critical industries and our American jobs? Remember, before Trump won in 2016, a Republican hadn't won the White House since Bush in 2004 when he was reelected. McCain, Romney, both got creamed. And over 15 years, Americans' household income was essentially flatlining. That's not what the politicians promised, but that's what hardworking Americans got, and they were not happy. So this dynamic was not sustainable. And Trump rightly knew that our system would eventually break down if it kept rewarding people who sent jobs overseas and penalized those who made products here at home. Made in America needed a boost. And before the China virus hit, Trump was on his way to getting us there.
China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And Somebody had to do it, and if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. I think it's going to work out amazing.
The blue-collar voters turned out huge for MAGA in November. They knew that Trump was their only chance at survival. And today we see the blue-collar folks were right again. Common sense beats the PhDs once again. And that's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Working class Americans, let's see what they're talking about.
A 125% tariff effective immediately on all Chinese goods. China, of course, is the world's largest exporter of steel to the world. We are the largest importer of steel. So what is the impact on our steel companies? Drew Greenblatt is the CEO of Marlin Steel. Company employs about 115 people in Michigan, Indiana, and Baltimore. His company makes millions of pounds of steel a year. Mr. Greenblatt, thank you very much for being here. I imagine this has been a bit of a whipsaw day for you as well, as you have tried to manage these tariffs. Tell me what you were feeling yesterday about all this and what's different today.
We're thrilled with this outcome. I mean, you have 70-something countries coming to the president asking to slash their tariffs so that we have better access for our products. We make everything in Baltimore.
When I hear people say the United States needs to reduce the funding or cut the budget for military and the vets, first of all, why would you even say cut funding for our veterans that went to war to protect their homeland? That's just insane. Why would you say cut funding for the men and the women who are in the military? Don't you know that's what it means when you say cut funding for military? You're literally cutting funding for the people protecting your homeland. If you cut the funding for military, there goes the entire North America. Facts. Because the only reason America is the giant of the world, let me just break it down for you, is because of our military. There's no way anybody could attack or play with the United States. Why? Because of the military. They know. They know. And of course, the economy, the market, the people, but the military is key. So you cannot, it's hard. It's really hard to cut budget for military. And especially, I could never support cutting budget for veterans. I could never support that.
We make everything in Indiana, we make everything in Michigan, and we export to 40-something countries. It's so important for the American worker to get a fair and level playing field. Right now, we're up against some real challenges. Let me give you an example. We make this basket right here. It's a medical device basket, and we ship this, for example, to Germany. When we ship this to Germany, the German government charges our German consumers $128 in tariffs for this basket.
Wow.
However, if our German competitor ships it to us, a knockoff of this basket, the American government will charge the American consumer $1.25.
Wow.
That's wildly unfair to the American worker. That is massive disconnect. So President Trump leaning in, protecting American workers, saying, hey, look, we got to have a level playing field, renegotiating these deals, which are wildly unacceptable. By the way, this is generations of bad decisions, bad policy by Democrats and Republicans. This is not a political thing. This is, hey, we need to protect the American worker. Let's give them a fair shot. Let's give them an opportunity to sell overseas with a level playing field. If we do, we're going to thrive. We're going to hire millions of American workers to keep up with all the demand about to hit us.
So what about China? What's your take on the 125% tariff on Chinese goods? And obviously steel is a huge part of that.
So China is a whole different kettle of fish. China, they debase their currency. They subsidize exports. They subsidize the steel. They subsidize the labor. They use forced labor, concentration camp labor, the Uyghurs, to make parts that ship to America. They steal our intellectual property. You know, we have 7 degreed engineers, and they come up with the most amazing innovations, the most clever ideas, novel ideas. You know what China does? They cut and paste items, ideas from on our website and put it on their websites over in China, pretending they came up with the ideas. So we need a level playing field, not just with tariffs, but also with intellectual property. We need it with environmental. I mean, we protect the Chesapeake Bay. They dump in the Yangtze. So we have to have fair parity so the American worker has a shot. President Trump is knocking down tariff walls to give us an opportunity so we could export all over the world and have fair deals against China and against other countries that are not playing by the rules.
Well, sir, thank you, Drew Greenblatt, for joining us today. Marlon Steele, really great to get your insight as someone who is on the ground, have a lot of employees who are producing here in America, and it's something that we all hope that we get to see more of as a result of all this. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to
knock, knock. Nobody's home. Look at this. We've got a cafeteria, again, that's completely vacant. You've got...
These are government buildings. These are government buildings. Nobody is there. That's crazy.
Food that's being prepared. The staff that makes the food is here 5 days a week, but the people who work in this building or should work in this building aren't here 5 days a week.
Well, that was 3 weeks ago. U.S. Federal Housing Director Bill Pulte was searching all over for signs of life at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and he found no one except for hardworking staffers in the cafeteria. They do a great job. But thanks to President Trump's return to work order, the buildings, they're busy again.
We're back at Freddie Mac headquarters, and the employees are back here. They're happy to be here, and it's a weekday, and you know what that means.
I don't think they're happy to be there.
Welcome to Freddie Mac. Come in.
Yo, you better be Freddie Mac.
Last time we were here, it was completely ghost town. Now look at this place. It's packed. You don't even recognize it. What's the energy like now being in here 5 days a week?
I think you see in terms of productivity increasing. I think you look at full.
I mean, oh my goodness, isn't this what you voted for? When I voted for Trump last year, I knew this was what was going to happen. Everybody's going to go back to working, fast-paced, and getting results.
Engaging in a more personal level.
A lot of work is getting done.
Personally, I like being in the office, and I can speak for everyone. I think the collaboration is always good to be in the office.
What a concept. Getting into the office is more productive and fun. Joining me is U.S. Federal Housing Director Bill Pulte. Now, Bill, it's actually really good to see that video, because when I would go to visit friends, a few of them that were working still at law firms in D.C. during the pandemic, it was depressing.
Yes.
But now people are coming back, and there's a real atmosphere.
There's a whole energy. It starts with President Trump. People are excited about it. People are coming up to me today, whispering, saying, thank the president for you coming in here and coming back to work. Some people had never even met some of their colleagues, Laura. They had just known them over Zoom and stuff like that. And we need to make housing more affordable in this country. But how can we do it if they aren't even meeting and coming together and getting mortgages and homes that are affordable? So everybody's back to work, and people are very happy about it.
Okay, one of those video clips, are you sure there's weren't extras walking in the background? You didn't get SAG. Did SAG give you some extras to walk
No,
back?
the place was completely vacant when I showed up.
Yeah.
And now you got people everywhere. In fact, we have this problem at Fannie Mae. This is amazing. And this is only because of President Trump. We don't have enough room for people at Fannie Mae right now, because literally we had gotten rid of leases and stuff like that. People are packed in like sardines right now.
So they like you. They're not mad that they're back at work.
I tell you, 4 weeks ago I showed up. Some people wouldn't even shake my hand. Today, people are so excited, so happy. They see interest rates coming down. President Trump has gotten interest rates down. People can afford homes again. People can go and get mortgages from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. We are going to have a housing boom in this country.
All right, Bill, you also announced that Fannie Mae fired about, I guess, more than 100 employees for what you called unethical conduct, including the facilitation of fraud. What is this? What are they accused of?
Well, we're just getting into it, and you can imagine. I mean, it's like we have 16,000 employees. So,
but you fired them, and you don't know what they did wrong?
Well, we do, but it's an ongoing investigation. I will say that we found that multiple people were working 2 jobs. We found some people were working in China and saying that they were working here. And we also found that...
What do you mean working in China?
Yes, that's correct. We also found that they were making donations to the charity, and then they were getting kickbacks, the internal company charity. So we've just scratched the surface, but this is all part of this fraud, waste, and abuse that President Trump is doing. And thanks to him, we're able to go in there and have the air cover to get this stuff done and get fraud out of the system, lower housing costs, and hopefully make housing affordable again in this country. And we're going to do it.
I'm sorry, but I'm a China hawk. Probably. You see, I'd decouple from the whole Chinese economy. I'm like to the right of Trump on China, which I know doesn't people think I'm crazy, but that's all right. I don't have a problem with that. But what's going on? So workers are in China, but they work for the federal government?
We'll see. Well, essentially, the government owns about 80%. Treasury owns about 80% of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And so what we're really focused on is getting operational efficiency in these companies going again. But when people weren't showing up for work, by the way, we got rid of climate, we got rid of DEI. I actually had somebody who lost their job in the climate area today come in and thank me and say, this really wasn't a necessary job. I mean, it's crazy. People are so excited. I'm telling you, the hallways of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, these companies are going to boom again. They're going to be great American icons once again.
Well, those staffers don't want to be doged either. They're going to suck up to you all day long because they want to be on your good side. I mean, is that
you don't want to be doged?
I mean, potentially, but you can tell fakeness when you see it, right? People know President Trump is real. People know what we're doing is real. We want to build great businesses. We want to make housing affordable again. I'm telling you, Laura, people were smiling at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac today.
I still want to know. Now, your China comment's going to stick in my craw because are people logging into government computers from China?
So what we're doing is we're looking at all the IP addresses and we're looking at where people are swiping, and then we're mapping both where people are swiping their cards in with the IP addresses. And what we found, we think, and it's preliminary, is that potentially people are having friends or family swipe in, but then they're actually working in China. So it's a whole thing, and we'll see what's happening.
All right, Bill, thank you for the video. You have a new future as a television host with that narration. All right, thanks, Bill. Appreciate it.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
I was trying to reply to this dog, bro. I was trying hard to reply. But, okay. Big Mike. A lot of people have been talking about Big Mike. Somebody spoke about, so you have 2 jobs. I'm just going to say it here. There's no point in replying. I'm just reply you with my voice. Okay. Somebody said, well, you think having 2, 3 jobs is a flex. You can't afford to leave either. If I have to do 6 different hustles, 7, 8, 9, I don't give a whatever I have to do legally to make sure my family's good, I'll do it. I'll do it. Even the president has more than 1 job. Okay? Me saying I have 2, 3 jobs, does that mean I clock in? But it's a job. This is a job. I might be having fun doing it, but it's a job. I have other 2 businesses that I run, but I call it a job. Okay? So I will do anything to make sure my daughter is good. Like, some people are ashamed to say, I do 2, 3, 4 things to make sure my family is good. I'll do 10 things to make sure my daughter keeps smiling. I don't care. Okay? I do not care. As long as she's smiling every day, that's all I care about. All right? And gone are the days where you have just 1 job or 1 business. You could never have 1 business in 2025. Matter of fact, 5 years ago, you could never have 1 job or 1 business. So it is what it is. All right, Big Mike and Obama.
Well, America's favorite Democratic power couple seems to have lost their power. Former First Lady Michelle Obama just launched a podcast that is straight up sinking. It's ranked all the way at 34 on the Spotify podcast chart. And her husband, arguably one of the most popular Democrats of all time, couldn't even move the needle for the Harris campaign. Now he can't get into double digits on a poll about Democrat leaders and their values. Yikes. Steve Ducey, what say you about the Obamas? Limit.
How do you think he feels about the big chart over there? It's like when he called, some have suggested that he persuaded George Clooney to write that letter to try to squeeze, Joe Biden out. I think there's been some denials there, but nonetheless, behind the scenes, it was like, well, he's the real power broker. Well, maybe if the Democrats really wanted to get something done, they would have done it with AOC because she's leading the pack, not him.
And that's the point I want to talk about with you, Kayleigh, that AOC is leading the pack on holding the core values of the Democrat Party. I think Obama would be shocked by that and how far his party has moved from the time under his reign.
Part of this is Obama hasn't asserted himself to try to be the leader of the party. I still think he's very popular among Democrats.
This is what I think when people like say, you know what, life shouldn't be like this. Life should be what? What should life be? So what? I should be on a beach, slipping naked, margarita, and just living it up. Okay, that's what I should be doing, right? That's good life. Trump said he tosses and rolls around his bed. He can't sleep. This is the president of the United States. He can't sleep. He's wondering, what's the next thing I got to do? For a man, I don't know if you pay bills, bro, but for a man, it's different. Okay, for a man, you get, for me, this is what works for me. This is what gives me joy. As a man, to be able to provide and do it consistently, doing it seamlessly, you don't have to think about it. That's what gives me joy. Like, it is my duty and responsibility to take care of my loved ones. Like, this is what I do. So when you think what should life be? Tell me. For a man, what should life be? I'm not a woman, so I don't know what a life should be for women. But for a man, I know that respect is earned, and as a man, it is your duty and responsibility to take care of the people that you love or the people that you're responsible for. And that could be human being, that could be your business, that could be, your family, your grandma, whatever it is. But as a man, that's your duty and that's your responsibility. So whatever you have to do to get that done, get it done legally.
I think part of this is he is no longer an outsider. He went from the guy in 2000 who couldn't get a floor pass to the DNC, to the guy in 2004 who gave this amazing keynote speech at the DNC, to the guy in 2008 who defeated the Clinton dynasty. He was an outsider like President Trump, but now he's an insider.
Oh,
now he's
great.
the establishment.
This is why sometimes I don't like replying. Like, this guy just said, you should get to live happily no matter what you identify as. So I've been wasting my time talking to this person. I mean, that right there just says it all. I don't identify as a man, bro. I do not identify as a man. I am a man. I was born this way. I don't identify as a man. I identify as a man. Man, you better keep scrolling, bro.
Establishment lane. People want something new. They want something fresh. They see AOC as that. I don't think that will work, but they are hungering for a new lane, which is what Trump gave the Republican Party.
And he inserted himself enough, Lydia, to, usher the president off the stage, President Biden, and sort of weigh in and try to campaign for Kamala Harris and the like. So is that enough? Clearly not. Do you see him returning?
Well, there were reports that he didn't really support Kamala Harris, when she ascended to the ticket. So I think that's been part of the fallout that we're seeing here. I'm not really surprised that Michelle Obama's podcast is not ranking well. I hadn't even heard about it until we started to talk about it today, to be quite frank.
Oh.
So I read into it to figure out, what is she talking about? Apparently she's kind of cleaning out the closets. She's talking about how President Obama's not a punctual man. He had no money when she got married to him. And I thought, well, no wonder no one's watching or listening to this. No one cares. People want to know what's coming next. They want to know what the future is.
Give us something juicy.
Yeah. We want something forward-looking.
Well, there was a ramp up to it with high anticipation, and then it didn't deliver, which is why you haven't heard about it. People are tired of dynasties. I mean, Barack Obama to Joe Biden, that was a dynasty. It was 8 years and 4 more years of the same, only less awake. And then anything beyond that point is you're bringing back the dynasty of Barack Obama. I just don't think that that's where people are right now. And to your point, Lydia, yes, it is about next, but it's also about different and generational. I mean, the two ends of the spectrum are Jasmine Crockett, tied with Obama on that big graphic, and AOC. That's a generational shift. And so it is new, and it is next, and it is younger. But it's also maybe financially different, too. I mean, you're talking about some pretty rich people in the middle of that wall there.
Yeah.
The one who's leading, though, is a former bartender.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host.
You know what time it is? It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 2:56 a.m. And of course, it is the 10th of April, 2025. The year is running fast. All right. There is this. Did I just say all right? All right. So there is this video I want us to see. It says there is an error in the formula that Trump is using to calculate his tariffs, according to some
if these tariffs go into effect at midnight tonight, the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank, now points out their plan.
I mean, when CNN has a formula on a whiteboard, then you know it's getting serious.
Plans contain math errors, serious math errors. The formula even received criticism from supporters of the president. Republican mega donor and Home Depot founder Ken Langone calls the tariffs, quote, bullshit, saying in an interview with the Financial Times, quote, I don't understand the goddamn formula. I believe he's been poorly advised by his advisors in this trade situation and the formula they're applying. With us now are the two people who pointed out what they say is a major math error, Dr. Kevin Corinth and Dr. Stan Voiger. Thank you both so much for being with us. Our viewers are going to be super excited to see this formula on the screen here, and it's going to mean a ton to them. I'm about to commit serious TV crimes by asking you to explain this. But let me just point out what this essentially is that the change in tariffs right here that the president has proposed is equal to the country's exports to the U.S. minus the imports from the United States divided by these three things, okay? And you say these two things, the White House has got it completely wrong. Their math is wrong. This isn't about bad policy, you say, although it may be.
How do you ask a former president, Joe Biden, you say, what is your favorite ice cream? And he says, chocolate chips. And then for Trump, you put up a formula on the board to explain what he's doing and how wrong he is and his cabinet or whatever. But for Joe Biden, you say, sir, what is your favorite ice cream? For Trump, you got a formula on the board. Crazy.
Ultimately, but you say it's about bad math. Explain.
Well, the formula you have there, basically what it does, it divides the trade deficit, which is the numerator here, by total imports, which is the M in the denominator. And then to make their approach look a little more sophisticated, they added those two Greek letters, epsilon and phi. The epsilon they set at 4, and phi they set at 0.25. So they cancel out in the U.S. Trade Representative's report on the matter. Now, they claim that they picked that value for phi, which is the change in import prices when a tariff changes. They claim that they picked that 0.25 based on a result in a research paper, but they picked the wrong number. That number should be close to 1. Now, 1, of course, is 4 times as big as 0.25. So if you put in the right number, the change in the tariff goes down by a factor of 4. And so every tariff they calculated based on this formula is 4 times higher than it.
I mean, what is this? These folks are finding X and Y like we used to do in high school. Find X. If this is X plus 2 raised to the power 4, find Y. No, this is real life, okay? You get on the phone, you negotiate. If you don't like it, you hang up, you do it again tomorrow. Not formulas, okay?
should be. So what does that mean? Yeah.
Go ahead.
The
What does it
highest
mean?
tariff rates. Yeah, go ahead. The highest tariff rates they came up with were close to 50%. If you divide them by 4, it goes down by a lot, as you see here. And so if they had done the calculations correctly, thank you for putting them on screen, we would have ended up with a set of tariffs that barely exceeds 10% in any country, with the top rate being below 14%. So massive differences for a number of important trading partners, including Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. And so this, I don't think this much of the approach makes sense even conceptually, but if we're going to take their approach seriously, if we're going to say we're going to base our tariffs, our entire international trading system on this formula, they have to put in the right numbers and do the calculation correctly.
And again, it's all about this number right here, which you say is 4 times bigger than they say it is, which throws all their math by a factor by 4. Have you taken this to them? Do they acknowledge that they have a bum number in here?
So they have not. So a cabinet member has been asked about this. Peter Navarro was asked about this yesterday morning. They have not disagreed with us on the substance. In fact, what we've seen is that senior members of the administration, Steve Myron yesterday, who's the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, Scott Bessent this morning, who's the Treasury Secretary, they have both said, we had nothing to do with this formula. That was other people in the administration. And so, normally if you're convinced of the accuracy, the wisdom of your policies, you do not point fingers at other people in the administration and say, they came up with this, we did not.
Hey, Dr. Corinth, just to reiterate that point, they're pointing the fingers at each other here. This is not a small difference. You can see Cambodia's tariffs are 4 times bigger than they would be if the math had been correct by your calculations. And those poor Falkland Islands, right, down there, I mean, what they must be going through because of this math error. So bad math, and then Dr. Corinth, the policy itself. You note using the idea of a trade imbalance here kind of ignores other factors.
Yeah, and it's important to point out that we're talking about corrected tariffs. These are not the correct tariffs. We're just saying if you apply their formula correctly, they should have been a fourth as high as what they're saying they should be. But we are not at all endorsing this approach. It does not make sense to say that tariffs are only based on, or that on trade deficits, or the trade deficits only depend on tariffs. So there's a lot of other factors, like its comparative advantage, different geographic factors that determine the trade deficit. To say that we should only base these tariffs on the trade deficit is just bad economics.
And Dr. Corinth, while we have you here on the subject of economics, and I know you guys aren't market watchers the way that some investment analysts might be, but the market futures are up today right now on the idea that all of a sudden the administration might be more willing to negotiate with certain countries than others. Does that make sense to you now that negotiations might be pushing the markets up?
Yeah, I think it suggests that the tariffs are actually. I think it suggests that the tariffs are actually would be very damaging. If small changes in the rhetoric of the administration can push up markets this much, it suggests that the market reaction would be even larger if these tariffs were made permanent.
I can say, Dr. Corinth, Dr. Voiger, this formula now will be seared in the brain of all of our viewers. I appreciate you explaining it so well.
We're keeping a very close eye on the markets this morning as investors look for signs President Trump might be willing to negotiate over his tariffs and potentially de-escalate his trade war. Take a look at this. The Dow Jones Industrials now up almost 1,400 points. That's a huge gain, at least so far, but it's still early in the day. Joining us now, the former president of the Export-Import Bank of the United States, Fred Hochberg. Fred, thanks so much for joining us. What impact are these Trump tariffs going to have on the global economy if President Trump leaves them in place?
Well, well, thanks for having me on the show. It ruins or wrecks the stability that the United States has been known for. In a very chaotic world, we've been a stable force, both through our currency, our rule of law, and the fact that we're the largest economy in the world. And that's all in jeopardy.
I was going to say President Trump is apparently hoping his tariffs will force other countries to come to the table to renegotiate various trading agreements, largely on a one-by-one basis. What do you make of that approach?
Well, it's very labor intensive, number one, and it's very personal as opposed to, regardless of where a product is produced, having the same tariff. So if you get, for example, I actually have a bunch of bananas here. Bananas are a key import. We don't grow any here. So is the tariff going to be different depending on what country sends bananas to America? And by the way, it's the most popular fruit in America, and that cost is going to go up.
Bananas the most popular food in America? Is that what you're saying?
I think it's like 26 pounds per capita. People have for breakfast. You didn't have your banana this morning, I think.
Not yet, but I'll have some later. If it's a good. I love bananas. The president claims his tariffs will bring back American manufacturing jobs and encourage people to buy American products. What do you say? Is there truth to that?
Well, here, if we're going to negotiate one by one the tariffs right now, starting a week later, how am I going to build a factory here that takes 4 or 5 years to build when the tariffs may go up, may go down, may disappear? Mr. Trump is going to be out of office in 2029. The next president may not continue any of these tariffs. So that's not a very stable environment. If you're going to make a large investment, you need to look out 5, 10 years, and that's very hard to do, particularly after last week.
Are there other ways, Fred, to encourage American manufacturing without sweeping tariffs?
You know, we had a program under, I'm sorry to say, President Obama called Select USA. We encourage companies to build factories and to manufacture here. And we've been pretty successful. Nikki Haley was successful in South Carolina. We have a lot of foreign automakers.
Where is Nikki Haley right now?
And manufacturing their cars and trucks in the United States to serve our market. And in fact, if you want a BMW SUV, it's going to be exported from the U.S. to Germany. So we do a lot of manufacturing here, and we have to recognize that. And that's a good plus, and we've been pretty successful at it.
But even if the car is made in the United States, a lot of the spare parts are being imported from overseas, right?
Correct. And they're now subject to a duty which will raise the cost of those vehicles and raise the cost for average Americans.
What does all this mean for American soft power around the world, Fred? And you've been doing this, studying this a long time.
I'm very concerned about that. You know, one of our great soft power, one of our great exports has been entertainment, films, movie, higher education, college degrees. We're putting that in jeopardy. We are now deporting students that have a green card, may be married to an American citizen because of something they may have said or protested. We want to encourage more students to come to America. It brings in a lot of revenue. And on top of which, we inculcate with them, we give them American values, American way of life. And that's very positive for us around the world to have basically all these students who graduated from American universities in some way as ambassadors back to their countries. And I think we're putting a lot of that in jeopardy as well, which is a form of our soft power.
Good point indeed. Fred Hochberg, the former president of the Export-Import Bank of America. Appreciate your joining us.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. All right, let's see. Let's do one or two more. Let's see.
Joining me now is Brent Nyman. He's an economist and former Treasury official in the Biden administration. His research was cited by the Trump White House, really to help them justify the reciprocal tariff rates. So they said, you know, look at this research, look at this. This is where we get this crucial number that gets us to these stratospheric tariff rates. So, Brent, I really appreciate your taking the time here. I just want to start off with you because we've got the math, and I've spent a lot of today. I've got my, going through the math. Sorry, I'm just holding it up for people that we were going through. So you see these high tariff rates, and Trump sitting there.
Trump is so effective that all these guys that are supposed to be like geniuses have the highest IQs. They're wondering, how is this possible? That's the thing. Like, you could be smart when it comes to your books, but in real life, if you've never made deals, if you don't have experience with trade, if you've never done businesses in large amount, you could never understand what he's doing. You could be smart in books, but like real life experiences, nothing beats that.
Screen, and it's scrolling by country after country after country, and you see your work used to justify them. What did you think in that moment?
Yeah, thanks, Aaron, for having me on the show. You know, on Wednesday of last week, I was in a University of Chicago macroeconomics seminar, and you know, my phone started blowing up with those pictures of the president in the Rose Garden with that screen with really big numbers and, you know, many more countries listed than I thought. And so, you know, with apologies to the speaker, I couldn't really focus. And then the next day, I woke up and there was a bunch of emails from journalists in my inbox, and a former colleague had posted that they released the methodology explaining what they had done to calculate these tariffs. And they had cited, you know, not many papers, and one of them was a paper I wrote together with Alberto Cavallo, Gita Gopinath, and Jenny Tang. And, you know, so I started digging in and looking at, you know, how my work could have possibly informed this policy, which I really think is a terrible policy. So I ended up writing an op-ed on it, and I think it's been well received so far.
All right, so you're shocked because you couldn't understand how you could be used in this way. I just want to ask you though, because there's how your work was used incorrectly, and then there's the premise of what they've done. The premise of what they have done basically is, as you've described it, do unto others as they do unto you. Right? That they, you know, that the way they define reciprocal, the premise that they have approached this with. Do you support that, just on its base, forgetting the math that they use? Do you support their logic?
Well, they build it as a reciprocal tariff. So, you know, what I was expecting is that they would look at what other countries charge as tariffs to the United States, and if they're 2, 3, 4 percentage points higher, we might try to bridge that gap with a reciprocal tariff of our own. Maybe they would look also at non-tariff barriers, et cetera, but they did nothing of the sort. The main issue with these tariffs is that they defined them such that they would eliminate bilateral trade deficits between the United States and every trade partner that we have in the world, one by one, where we run deficits. And once you make that the goal of the policy, you know, it's over. You're done. Whatever formula you come up with and whatever numbers you plug into that formula, you're not going to get a good trade policy. You're instead going to come up with something that can do real harm to Americans and I think to the whole world.
Right, and that's the basic, just to say to people that there might be a country, I know, you know, you and I were talking earlier about examples, say Sri Lanka, where Americans buy a lot of clothes, but Sri Lanka does not buy a lot of gas turbines, for example, right? That's not a trade imbalance that would need to be corrected, right? But they're approaching it as if it is.
Right. I mean, I certainly expected, frankly, that, you know, China would be on the list, you know, maybe even Europe. But I was surprised to see, like you said, Sri Lanka, Jordan is on the list, Zambia is on the list. And the reason is just because, you know, we happen to buy a lot of textiles and jewelry and coffee from those countries, and they don't buy that much, you know, high-tech equipment or, you know, gas turbines, like you said. And so, yeah, I think it's a mistaken philosophy to even try to calculate reciprocal tariffs the way that the way that they did. And then from then on, frankly, the more I looked into it, there was what I would characterize as a cascade of mistakes, making these tariffs even broader and even bigger.
So let's talk about that cascade, because it comes down to the equation. They put this equation out that looks like it could have come from Einstein. And, you know, this complicated equation, we'll throw it up. I mean, you know, this is the sort of stuff you don't know you would see in econometrics or something like that. But it's a very fancy looking equation. It essentially boils down to, you're going to take the difference between the exports and imports of a country, right? And you're going to calculate your tariffs based off of that. That's the essential thing. And then just your bottom line on this formula, is it good or no?
Yeah, so the formula is definitely not good. You know, that was the point I was making, is even the derivation of the formula, no matter what they do with it, I think it is not good trade policy. But they went further. You know, you do still have to plug some numbers into it.
So let's do that. Okay, because I said, hold on, while you're talking here, I said I had my sheet, so I put it on a whiteboard. As you and I discussed, I might try to do, just to try to make sense of it, okay? So this is where we are, all right? We took Japan, because Trump's been talking a lot about Japan, Brent. You went through Japan. So he got a 46% tariff. That day when he stood up there, 46% came up. So I've got the numbers here, the difference between the exports and imports. I filled in all the numbers. There's one number here, though, I'm going to put in red. That is 0.25. That's your number. That's the number. Well, that's the number they say is your number, right? And when you take that number, that's the magic number, I put it in red, and you plug it into their equation, you get 46%.
Well, close, but not quite. The number that we would put, that I would put, based on my research in for that value is 0.95.
Okay.
And that differs from the one that they used, like you said, which was 0.25. You know, the difference is almost a factor of 4.
Yep.
So
you
know,
put 0.95, then what
it makes-
happens to this, to the 46?
Right. So, you know, if you change a number in the denominator, the bottom part of the fraction, by a factor of 4, you're going to reduce the equation, the left-hand side, the tariff, by a factor of 4. So specifically, you know, when Trump held up that sign and it had a 46 for Japan, you know, if you instead used 0.95, which is what I think my research motivates.
Trump has this folks going crazy. This is unbelievable. Trump has everybody going, look at her. She has the board and the marker. She trying to understand the tariff. Oh, man. I'm sure the media loves this. They had 4 years of silence. Nothing was going on for 4 years. They've only had, 100 days of Trump. And they're already holding whiteboards and markers and trying to understand what's going on, sir.
You know, you'd get a number like 12%, much, much lower than 46%. And it doesn't even have to be that extreme. If you picked a number like 3, you'd still go down to 15%, you know, much, much lower. And the other thing I did want to just mention, because, you know, you said they got that 25 from you. To be clear, I don't know where they got that 0.25.
Right.
And
Well,
what
they
I
say they
find
got it from you. I
astounding-
should have been more
Yeah,
accurate
they way
there,
too
yeah.
funny.
Well, not quite. I mean, it's, you know, this is an unbelievably
She knows this is
consequential
funny.
policy. I mean, I listened to the guests in your interview just now. You know, markets are moving tremendously. I mean, this is a really, really consequential policy for the world, for the country, for everyone. And yet the whole methodology explaining how they did this is, you know, a couple pages long, and I can't answer that question. I have colleagues saying, what is that 0.25 number? And, you know, for instance, I don't even know.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, you talk about literally could have things like war and peace depending on it. I mean, you go from 46 to 12 and do Trump's math and take half, you'd be looking at 6% instead of 24. I mean, it is just absolutely stunning to think about that. And I think so important that you say all of that. A lot of it could come down to this one number, your number, that's just who knows where the heck it came from. I mean, it's stunning. Brent, I really appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Please. Please. Please, yo. Them days are over. Nobody cares about you. Bunch of lies, no more. Okay? See, there ain't no telling. Oh my goodness, yo. All right, here we go. GOP senators have a conversation with Hannity. Here we go.
And welcome back. We're broadcasting live. We are in our nation's capital, and we still have all these great senators with us. I really do appreciate all y'all spending some time. This is an important time for the American people. This is that 4 times in 100 years, and then we're going to have to get the House to go along with it. And if you pass it in the Senate, they pass it in the House. They're not agreeing to anything. They're just opening the door. You wanted to make that distinction.
Sometimes people get confused about a budget, right? Most misunderstandings between my wife and I is a misunderstanding, right? It's not an argument. It's just that we don't understand what people are trying to do.
No, you're wrong.
I'm with Christy. Oh, no. But what I'm saying, okay, fair enough. My wife's always right. But with the House right now, I think there's a misunderstanding of what the budget actually does. The budget does nothing to instruct them. It's just the vehicle for us to move to reconciliation. If we don't get the budget passed, we can't get to reconciliation. And reconciliation is where all the cuts come in. That's where we take DOGE into consideration. That's when we start trying to balance the budget. That's where we can start making the tax cuts permanent.
I hope the House members are hearing you clearly, because that's important.
Now is the time to act. This is our moment. It is a moment in time, and we have got to seize it. The American people have said to us, like, we want results. And if we don't move forward with this, we don't even have an opportunity
if we can't get
for it.
reconciliation, we can't deliver what President Trump campaigned on and what we all campaigned on.
Let me move on a little bit. So we have this high-level meeting of some kind taking place with Iran. It's going to take place on Saturday. The president was very clear with Prime Minister Netanyahu that Iran will never have nuclear weapons, and if they try to, the price that they will pay will be severe. I interpret that very clearly, and I read today that B-52s that have, let's see, capabilities of being stealth, number one, and bunker buster bombs, number two, happen to be in the region. I don't think it's a coincidence. Just a guess, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the second visit since Donald Trump's gotten back in office. The question is, between Iran and China and the Russia-Ukraine conflict in Gaza, we got a lot of foreign policy issues. What about the Iran question? Because there's some people that I don't think you can negotiate with madmen. And I think the Iranian mullahs believe in, the caliphate, which is convert or die. And I don't know how you negotiate with crazy people.
Absolutely. Look, and President Trump understands peace through strength. I mean, that's what we are seeing right now, and Iran knows that. And to your point, we can never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. We know that they will actually use it. It is not going to be for a deterrent. It will be for use.
Do we know what the breakout time is? Because the IAEA said very soon.
Yeah.
Days, if not hours.
Absolutely.
Keep in mind,
what's that?
Days, if not hours. That's what Joe Biden did. Joe Biden flowed $100 billion to Iran and allowed them to get a breakout time that is unbelievably quick.
So they're at 60% enrichment is what I've read. That's in the public domain. If they can get to 90% in no time, that's weapons grade? Lindsay?
If they have a missile to deliver. But look, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, there's going to be a war. And Iran won't start it. And I'm not saying America will. Israel will.
Although, John, they don't need a missile. They can put it in a boat and stick it right off the coast of Israel.
Will slap Iran to Pluto.
I don't need our help and support? Wouldn't they need our bunker busters? Wouldn't they need our planes to deliver them?
They have to have our equipment. Absolutely, they do.
Tom probably knows more about this than most of us. He's the Intel chairman, but
All right. Oh man, I was a mute. All right, moving forward, I think we saw that earlier. All right, Pam Bundy and, of course, FBI Director Kash Patel had a big news yesterday. Big drug bust.
OMASRODZEWICZ, Commanding Officer of U.S. Coast Guard Cutter James. We will begin with brief statements from these leaders, and then we'll have an opportunity. At the conclusion of information about the... I know that we...
Cash, thank you, Director Patel, and I've got Acting U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe, Middle District of Florida, behind me. Thank you all for being here today. Today's operation is an example of the unprecedented collaboration between the military and the Department of Justice components, working closely with the U.S. Coast Guard. And look at all these great men and women in the Coast Guard. Thank you so much for your dedication. This is a textbook example of the Justice Department supporting the fight against violent crime. These drugs are worth over $500 million, almost 45,000 pounds of cocaine, pure cocaine, uncut, and 3,800 pounds of marijuana. Congratulations again to the Coast Guard. You have done incredible work, Admiral, and your team, Captain, in securing these drugs. This team is off the coast of Peru, Ecuador, and the Galapagos Islands. What they did saved countless American lives, countless lives. This cocaine would have been distributed throughout our country and perhaps throughout our world. 11 separate prosecutions will take place as a result of this, and they will be prosecuted in the Middle District of Florida. These defendants will be held accountable for bringing this poison into our country. I always say if we can save one life, we have done amazing work. And today we have saved thousands and thousands of lives as a result of this incredible cooperation. We believe two cartels, CJNG and Sinaloa, were heavily tied to these shipments. This is a major blow to their financial operations and their efforts to distribute drugs throughout our country. It's an example of a prosecutor-led, intelligence-driven approach to stopping these criminal enterprises in their tracks. DOJ and all of the agencies involved will continue to dismantle this transnational criminal organization, lock these criminals up, and keep our country safe. The drugs that you have seen today will no longer destroy lives. They will help us lock up the criminals. Thank you all, and it is my honor to introduce the Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Kash Patel.
Thank you all for being here. General Bondi, we're here today because of your dedicated leadership to safeguard American lives, because you had the courage to follow President Trump's courage to put our children first and to make sure that the narco traffickers, and make no mistake, this administration has labeled them foreign terrorist organizations because that's what they are. There is no lethal force on planet Earth that is responsible for an overdose death of an American citizen every 7 minutes, more so than these federal terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organizations. We are humbled to be a part of this Department of Justice, and we are going to continue to safeguard our streets. This is what it looks like when the United States whole-of-government approach brings every resource to bear, from the Department of Defense and the United States Coast Guard, from HSI, from FBI, from DEA, and so many others. They are going to get all the drugs off the streets, off the markets, and as Attorney General Bondi said, we are going to lock them up. They are no longer going to be free to roam. We are going to dismantle the next man up theory that has been breeding in these Mexican cartels for generations. No more. We are here today because of your brave work. The men and women of the FBI that I lead, I'm humbled and honored to be here in South Florida, where I spent so much of my career before I moved to Washington, D.C. And looking around, I'm awe-inspired by the fact that when you take the rules and regulations that blockaded these brave men and women of law enforcement, military, and you unshackle them, then you should look at this seizure, and you should see how much it multiplies, and see how many children and how many young adults and how many adults' lives that we have just saved. They did it. We're fortunate to be their leaders. We're humbled to be here. And you will see this happen across the country, because this is not a one-off for General Bondi. She has made this a mission priority, and the FBI will follow in every corner of this country and every square centimeter of this planet to eradicate the narco traffickers and the foreign terrorist organization that are killing American citizens. They will be held accountable. We will take preventive measures, and we will scour the ends of the earth to find every single one of them. Thank you so much for being here today.
Good morning. We welcome the crew of the James back from a remarkable patrol where they seized $510 million of illegal drugs, that's cocaine and marijuana, that was interdicted at sea before it can reach the U.S. border. So what does that number actually mean? You know, what does the number besides the dollar sign mean? It means 154 lives saved directly from cocaine-related overdose deaths in this country. It means that there's almost 11,000 less new cocaine users that are going to get access to the drugs. It means that we've saved at least $16.5 million on costs related to inmate care and health care for people inflicted with these drugs. And from the Coast Guard standpoint, what this really means is a beautiful ship like the James heralds a new time for us, a new time of assets that impact the United States strategies for countering these cartels in new ways and disrupting the flow of illegal drugs. Just since February, the combined efforts of Coast Guard cutters James, Stone, Weishi, and Mohawk yielded over 59 metric tons of narcotics seized. That's $1.5 billion of revenue to the cartels. This success is a team success made possible through the dedication and coordination of our partners in DHS, DOD, and DOJ. Every day, the Coast Guard controls, secures, and defends the border and maritime approaches of this country, proudly serving as part of DHS at all times and as a military service and part of the armed forces. On the water and in the air, the Coast Guard and our partners are on the front lines to fight against these foreign terrorist organizations, including the cartels and other dangerous criminals who seek to traffic bulk cocaine, including illegal fentanyl and other deadly drugs, from entering into our communities. Under our DHS leadership, the Coast Guard has worked diligently to harden and secure the U.S. southern border and maritime approaches. Our message to the cartels is simple. We own the sea. You do not. We will find you, we will hunt you down, we will stop you before you reach our border, before you can smuggle these drugs into our country. To the crew of the James you see here, and all of our partners gathered, thank you for the great work keeping America safe. Thank you very much, everyone. Semper Paratus.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here today representing Admiral Alvin Halsey and U.S. Southern Command. And first, I just want to say thank you. Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, Admiral Moore, Captain Rodzovich, my apologies, and to the crew of the James, the brave men and women of the crew of the James. It's a real privilege to stand with you today. You know, the most fundamental duty of a DoD organization like U.S. Southern Command is to defend the United States against threats and defend her people, defend her Constitution. But this is a threat that by law, policy, design, DoD can't get after alone. It takes a team, and it's a privilege to be part of this team. You've heard the facts of what these amazing men and women have done, what the organizations that these amazing leaders have accomplished. But I just want to say thanks. You know, there is it is amazing to watch in action the machine that is our government interagency getting after this problem set. I think it starts and ends with the Department of Justice. The intelligence that we get from the prosecutions, the intelligence we get from the FBI, intelligence we get from other sources, tips and cues us to do the DoD detection and monitoring mission, and then we get the actions on the objective from the brave men and women of the James and crews like them to grab those drugs and bring them back for further prosecution and investigation. And it's a virtuous cycle. It's an amazing thing to watch. At Joint Interagency Task Force South in U.S. Southern Command, it all comes together with the addition of 14 interagency partners and law enforcement and defense representatives from 21 partner nations. This is an incredible achievement, an incredible whole of government and partner nation accomplishment. So I'm just proud to be here today and to say thanks to the brave men and women defending our nation. Thank you.
with great pride I stand before you today reflecting on the tremendous accomplishments of Coast Guard Cutter James and the crew. What you see today is a result of the crew executing an unprecedented pace at sea of interdictions. In only 56 days in theater, James interdicted 11 drug smuggling vessels, seizing over 22 metric tons of cocaine and marijuana, and apprehending 34 narco traffickers. In all my years working in this vital mission, I have never witnessed such substantial results in such a short amount of time. What is not on display, though, is the incredibly challenging work done by our crew that went into these interdictions. We patrolled an area the size of the continental United States, finding the narco-terrorists' tiny, drug-laden vessels across the vast waters of the eastern Pacific is equivalent to finding the proverbial needle in a haystack. But the crew of the James showed narco-terrorists that we will find them. We show them that they are no match for the professional competence, technical expertise, and operational prowess of the James crew, and devastation to our border. Or as my ops boss would like to say, you can run, but you can't hide. Alongside our permanent party crew members, it's important to mention those who deployed with us, our law enforcement detachment, pilots and air crew, intelligence professionals, and the operators of our unmanned aircraft systems. Together, we are James, a team of teams. This team of tirelessly dedicated professionals traded time with family and friends to carry out our vital mission, stopping the flow of illegal drugs, cutting off profits that fueled deadly fentanyl trade, and ultimately protecting American communities and families from unimaginable heartbreak. This crew represents the best of the best, and I'm incredibly proud to serve with all of the dedicated professionals that deployed on James this patrol. Thank you for your time.
So we have a brief period for question and answer. Before we open up the question and answer, I'll ask that you raise your hand and then we'll call on you. Please state which speaker your question is for, what your name is, and which media outlet you're from. And again, as a reminder, we invited you here for the contraband offload, so please keep the questions on topic related to the interdictions of maritime interdictions of contraband at sea. So with that, I'll ask a first question over here. Yes, sir.
This is remarkable, but quite frankly, we see this very, very often, and we probably will in the future. How do we go from drops in the bucket to buckets? Stop. They don't stop.
Evan, this is not a drop in the bucket. Behind you is $500 million of pure cocaine, uncut cocaine. So when they cut this poison with baking soda and whatever else they cut it with, it will multiply even more times than you can imagine. We are saving thousands and thousands of lives. These brave men and women, you know, we often talk about the Coast Guard and General, we talk about all the time our great men and women in law enforcement and the military, but sometimes I feel like the Coast Guard is overlooked at how incredibly dangerous your jobs are. So thank you again for what you've done and the countless lives that you have all saved today. By 11 defendants are going to be locked up, and if this isn't sending a message loud and clear to Sinaloa and these other cartels, it better be, because they know that these men and women, all of these agencies working together, are coming after them. And if there is more, they will find them and they will arrest them and we will prosecute them.
Thank you. Next question.
General Bondi, if you'll allow me, I do have an on-topic and an off-topic question. On topic, I wanted to ask, can you tell us a little bit more about the 11 defendants who were arrested? Where are they from? What is their role in this operation? And where were these drugs headed?
Have we released that? Still sealed, I'm sorry, about the 11 defendants. Okay. But they are tied to the 2 cartels that we mentioned.
Okay. And then on the Alien Enemies Act, the Supreme Court ruled this week that the immigrants were being removed or entitled to due process a chance to challenge their removal. The people who were already deported to El Salvador didn't have that chance. What happens to those people now?
Yeah, well, the 261 that were on that, first of all, we're going to stay on topic from here on, but we are talking about the cartels. We're talking about foreign enemies, so I'll gladly answer that. The 261 on that first flight are 261 reasons why our country is safer. They are not coming back. They are staying in a prison in El Salvador. They are not from our country. They are not migrants. They are illegal aliens who are peddling drugs, guns, and illegal money in a very organized way throughout our country. And that's another reason why our country is safer today.
Again, we have limited time, so please keep the questions on topic, and we will follow up with our appropriate public affairs staff to make sure that your needs are met. Yes, sir.
Talking about providing any valuable intelligence to you all, either knowingly or unwittingly from being taken into custody.
As the team mentioned, it is changing the dynamic. The threat dynamic is changing, and you're seeing it here because it's a collaboration of law enforcement and military intelligence sharing along with the intelligence community that leads to these types of seizures. And as the General and the Admiral mentioned, in such speed that they have not seen in their careers. So it is more than rattling them. And it's not just this mission that the Department of Justice is leading here. This is one big example that we want to showcase the work of a team-led interagency process. And that's what it is. No one is taking credit for it. Everyone is putting the mission first. And the people that are hearing that message the loudest are the cartels and CJNG and Sinaloa cartels and the others down in the south of the border. But as these brave men and women have mentioned, there is no border that they will not defend. Every border is an operational offensive thanks to this interagency process and the brave folks of JIDF South and Southern Command.
All right, we have time for one more question. Yes, over here.
I'm wondering, so we talked a little bit about where these individuals are from. They've already been designated as terrorists. That wasn't enough to stop them from trying to move these drugs into the country and come out the head of the snake who's going to grow back somewhere more. So are you thinking about threats or charges towards Mexico, towards anything that they're doing in the country to our south when it comes to preventing them from moving those drugs into the U.S.?
Well, I think this sends a very loud message today, Ali. The Sinaloa, all these gangs, TDA, MS-13, the cartels, all of the cartels throughout the world, I would think they're pretty frightened right now based on what's behind us, based on 11 defendants in custody as a result of this one bust, because it's all of these agencies standing behind me, working hand in hand with Homeland Security to get them off our streets. You're seeing what's happening. These people are an organized crime unit. And, you know, we've shut down the borders in Mexico, Canada. So now I think they're probably increasing through our ships, through our ports, but they're not going to get away with it, thanks to all these great men and women. It's a multifaceted approach to catching them. As I said, using drones, using aircraft, using any technique available to our military, to Homeland Security, to the FBI, to the DEA, to all of these agencies working together. We are ahead of them. We are going to stop them. And whenever possible, we're going to lock them up forever or get them out of our country to keep Americans safe. That was Donald Trump's directive on day one when he got elected. Keep America safe, make America safe. And that's what all of these people standing here today are doing.
Is Mexico doing enough to prevent it from flowing in?
Thank you. That concludes today's press briefing. If you have any other follow-up questions, a member of the U.S. Coast Guard Public Affairs staff can help meet those. We also will have a news release that will be published this afternoon that summarize all the events as well as has photographs and videos for each of you to access. Thank you very much.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 3:45 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 10th of April, 2025. We've been streaming for 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 39 seconds. Yes, your boy got to go. I am going to be back here. Matter of fact, as soon as I'm done with this one, I want us to actually listen to a hearing. It's pertaining to the tariffs and Trump administration as well as Treasury. It's about 4 hours long. We're going to check that out. But for now, I just want to say thank you guys for being here. You guys are the best. Thank you for being a part of the channel. And if you do not know, we have memberships on the channel. We have memberships on the channel. It is $4.99. If you decide to join, awesome. Thank you so much. With that being said, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams, and believe in Almighty God. And you know what time it is? Boy Genesis is signing out. Shout out to the moderators this morning. The Mr. Busky, that's the OG, and C. Shelley for sure. Thank you guys so much. And everybody in the comment section, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. All right, with that being said, shout out to Brett too. All right, with that being said, have a wonderful, wonderful night. And if you're still around in about 30, 45 minutes, then you might just catch another live show. God bless you guys. And I love you guys. God is great.